we have Witchy, Bishy, and the abs and yeah, sorry, AVG. I was looking for something while that was playing, and I got totally distracted. Sorry, and then I almost called you by your name. We are going to debate about eugenics tonight, so this should be interesting. I'm kind of in the middle about it, and I think that there's a lot of people that are when they start considering what all of it actually means, right? So this should be really, I hope, informative. Witchy, you're up first. So we have 10-minute openings, but take your time. No, or if you and faster, that's fine. And AVG, quick question:
Mhm.
Are you good with cams up or you good with
Oh,
cams
yeah, I
down?
just had to,
You want
I
them?
just had to grab something. We're good. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, by all means, go ahead, Witchy.
Okay, so I've been wanting to have this conversation for a good while, and I had heard AVG was going to have this debate with OG, and that didn't happen. And I was like, you know what? I would love, I had told her this before, I would love to talk about this with you because I have a very strong affinity for the idea of eugenics. And so I want to start out with, and we didn't necessarily agree upon this, but I did share it and it wasn't argued in our preliminaries. Just a brief definition of eugenics. Eugenics is the practice or advocacy of controlled selective breeding of human populations to improve the population's genetic composition. So essentially, anything we do to mitigate or improve on breeding practices is under the umbrella of eugenics. So the affirmative here tonight is eugenics improves societies. So what I'd like to present are a few statistics related to how crime rates have gone down post Roe v. Wade, post the Roe v. Wade, and that there are statistics of teen pregnancies down, including those that are aborted. Even with the abortions for teen pregnancies, we still have a lower pregnancy rate in teenagers since birth control and other forms of mitigation for pregnancy have been legalized. One of these statistics shows that crime rates in the inner cities, I know a lot of people want to talk about how crime is rampant, but compare the crime rates in the 70s to the crime rates in, say, the 90s or 2000s, and those crime rates had dropped dramatically, and a lot of people attribute that to there were less unwanted children born. One of the things that people will note in psychological studies of criminals is whether they have something called ACEs or ACVs. Did I get that right? Adverse childhood, ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. And what this is children who come into homes that are economically disadvantaged, low education, and possibly were unwanted, tend to veer into the criminal career path as opposed to a legitimate career path. They also tend to have more onset of mental illness in their adulthood. And these are things that highly affect the quality of life of people around them, not just the person. There is a societal effect of having these ACEs prevalent in our children. So part of what eugenics does is opens up a door to the idea of planning for parenthood, not just taking a baby because you got pregnant. And we have in this country laws that allow birth control and other contraceptives to be made available to people. We have programs that make them available to the lower income and therefore mostly lower education persons. And we even have in our country federal laws through the Supreme Court that uh, put us in a position where even minors can get a hold of these things without their parents' consent. And I know a lot of people will say that, well, this breaks down the morals in a society. And I won't argue if it does or it doesn't. I think morals break down due more to leisure time and the accessibility of immoral uh, the paraphernalia, i.e., free porn on the internet, the accessibility of drugs in our society. But I think that if we address the issue of unwanted pregnancy even more so, we can prevent a lot of these adverse long-term effects in our society through adults who've grown up without the support that they need, both financial, emotional, and educational. Uh, Another point I'd like to make is that we use eugenics frequently in the Western world through things like in vitro fertilization, uh, amniocentesis, in which the embryo is tested for negative, what we consider negative quality of life illnesses such as Down syndrome. We've seen a very large drop in the births of children with Down syndrome due to using amniocentesis as a preventative measure. And we also have CRISPR, which I don't want to touch on too much because I didn't bring it up in my notes I recognized, but we might touch on that during the discussion if it's okay with ABG. So we're already using technologies in order to better breed healthier, happier humans. A lot of people will talk about the quality versus the quantity of life, and some of the studies show that we have ways to extend the life of people who have some of these adverse genetic birth defects. But does the quality of their life or those around them who have to care for them go up due to these new technologies? Because when you're going to talk about life, making it longer isn't always better. Sometimes quality has to be considered. So my 3 points would be that we use eugenics, one, in preconception birth control in our country prolifically, in most of the Western world. We use eugenics in predetermination of the health of fetuses regularly, including ultrasounds and prenatal care and prenatal vitamins. And thirdly, the output, the outcomes of people who would be born from families who could support them properly would be improved over those who cannot. And I'll end it there.
Awesome. You came in perfectly. AVG, my dear, I'll hand it over to you.
Alrighty. So the prompt for today's debate is whether eugenics improves societies for the better. My position, which I will reaffirm through science and history itself, is that the history of the practice has actually degraded the humans who populate societies wherein it is practiced. The wielders of this tool have historically been evil individuals, devoid of humanity, and intent on the savage elimination of parts of the population that they deem undesirable. I'm talking about individuals such as Margaret Sanger, a staunch racist and anti-natalist, and the leader of the Schmaltzy Party, Schmittler. Both of these individuals have the blood of millions of individuals upon their hands, all in the sake of bettering the population. As I anticipated, my opponent today is going to try and convince you that eugenics, specifically in the form of horrible things such as abortion and Planned Parenthood initiatives, is a positive thing that will improve humanity as a whole. She might cite studies where in rare clinical trials, individuals have used CRISPR to remove a single damaging gene, but these studies are just that. Actual gene editing is still in its clinical trial phase. The US has not even made it available, mostly due to the exorbitant cost of FDA clinical trial requirements. And whether CRISPR would actually benefit humanity, for example, by removing damaging genes for all in need, regardless of income and status, and would not have negative effects on the genetic diversity and immunity of the population in its execution, remains unknown. For my opponent to be successful today, she will have to convince you that not only is the supposed eugenics magic she speaks of so highly of in reliable, tested, proven, and accessible condition to all who need it, but she will also have to convince you that despite decades of misuse and torture of humans in the name of scientific progress, that now things will be different. Ladies and gentlemen, they will not. And with that, I cede my time.
Nice. All right. So, who? Since Witchy went first, would you like to question her first, there, AVG? I'll hand it over to you for that. We'll do 5 minutes.
So Witchy, you seem to take a pretty Sanger approach in your treatment of things like Planned Parenthood, birth control, and abortion as a positive change for society. Can you tell me how that would be true when we're currently in a birth rate crisis?
So it already is true because we're not in a birth rate crisis. That birth rate crisis is propaganda. The fact of the matter is, with technology the way it is today, we have a large amount of the population, especially the underprivileged, who are living homeless with no jobs, and their only purpose is to serve as an example to the working class of this could happen to you.
So does that not indicate a problem with infrastructure for those individuals? And perhaps we're not focusing on the right things as opposed to a birth rate crisis? Like, just to give you an idea, a birth rate crisis is less than 2 per couple, right? So 2 per woman. It's currently at 1.6 in the United States. If that continues, there'll be about a 20 to 25% drop in population per generation. That means that we could lose, I guess, probably by down to 4 generations, it could be 140 to 160 million. It's currently 335 million. How is that not a crisis?
Because we don't need that many people anymore. We have the technology that we can't employ and maintain a population of that rate anymore. It's evidenced in the fact that there's a large amount of people who cannot fit into the society as it stands today. And a lot of those people wouldn't even have existed if their parents had to, say, make an effort to have a child instead of just drunkenly get laid one night.
Okay, so you're just going to blame it on individuals who aren't copulating to the correct nature. How do we determine who's copulating in the correct circumstance? Do we have to provide licensing requirements for individuals that choose to procreate?
I don't know that would have to be the situation. We've already shown improvement from eugenics just by doing it voluntarily. I mean, even our vaccines are voluntary here in the United States. You can opt out of them and still get your kids in public schools. You don't have to take them. And yet still like 87% of our kids are inoculated. Like, you don't have to force things. It's all about education. If you can educate people about how to better plan for their pregnancy, make the tools, like you said, accessible. Right now, things like amniocentesis are only available to select few. They'll need to be made available to more people. That's what I'm saying, is we don't have to take an approach of the, quote, Nazis. And even Margaret Sanger said this. You may talk down on her because Hitler took her ideas and corrupted them, but the fact of the matter is Margaret Sanger wanted to help people learn.
Margaret Sanger did not have good intentions. I don't know where you're getting your information for Margaret Sanger on, but she was an affiliate of the KKK. She spoke at multiple meetings for women. Her entire idea was incredibly anti-natalist. She was of the view that people should just not have kids, and there's unfit individuals that just be sterilized. She argued that they should just be sterilized, not even give them the opportunity to have kids or to even go through eugenics processes. She just wanted to eliminate them. She was an evil woman. She was a racist woman, and she sought to degrade humanity. Like, to paint her as a hero is just baffling to me.
I guess it's a matter of perspective. I think Beth was indicating a minute. Did you have any other questions? I did.
Go ahead
I
and
did
give
go
your
on a
last
bit.
thoughts to her questioning.
Yep.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you had any more questions, I went on a little bit. So if you had any more questions, I'm open to another one.
I mean,
It's
I
up-
can reserve them for open dialogue. Just keep the format on track.
Okay. Before we switch over, I need to thank Mr. Tom Carpenter for the dono. You always make my day, sir. And I actually have 2 brand new dono clips made, especially. Big shout out to Judy Bug, Tom Carpenter. This one's for you, sir.
Thanks for tipping, Beth, y'all. This roast is getting so juicy.
Good Lord, Beth.
Food porn. Nobody else does
Oh
food
my
porn. I'm
God.
sorry. Hey,
Good
Tootie made
Lord.
it. Wait till you see my one for the girls. It's funny, and it features a good friend of ours against his will.
Good Lord.
I made the one for women funny.
I think that's soft core. You're like, it's even worse than Sarah's. It's even worse than the firefighters.
Are you vegan? Oh, wait, no, you're Orthodox, so you don't eat ham.
Well, we can eat ham. Yeah.
Oh,
You
okay.
need ham.
Not
Yeah,
the
there's
fat
no
version.
dietary. By modern standards, it's not what goes into your mouth that defiles you; it's what comes out of your mouth. So, therefore, a lot of I think most, if not all, of the dietary standards have been removed when it comes to Christianity. But
Just fat.
and anyways, Witchy, go right ahead. You got 5 minutes to question ABG.
So at the end, you kind of snuck in there on your opening that I would have to prove that because eugenics has been used illegitimately and poorly in the past by bad actors, it wouldn't be in the future. So what I want to know is, are you aware of where our knowledge of human anatomy comes from? You recognize...
I took a biology course in high school at the advanced level. I'm somewhat familiar with anatomy, but the origins of it, perhaps you can enlighten me.
Are you aware that it was grave diggers and others who got us there? So a lot of times in science, what you'll see is a lot of immoral acts that lead to the greater good. So why would you think that just because one group misused eugenics, that eugenics itself is a poor practice?
Oh, because it wasn't just one group. Like, it wasn't just the schmozzies. In Mexico, there was groups of indigenous people that were sterilized. People in Canada and the United States of the indigenous nature have been sterilized. Black people, specifically through Planned Parenthood initiatives, have been sought to be basically taken out of the breeding equation. Multiple societies have used this. It's not just one. It's every single society that's utilized eugenics so far on a bigger scale has done so for evil reasons, and it's been evil. There has been no good. It's eliminated people based on race and perceived unfitness for breeding. And we know that most of these diseases can be cured. For instance, Down syndrome used to have an incredibly low life rate expectancy. Now, most people with Down syndrome live to 70. If we had adopted a eugenics program to eliminate people with Down syndrome 20 years ago, we would have eliminated all of those people that would have lived otherwise perfectly healthy lives up until 70. That's the craziness of eugenics.
So my question then becomes, you brought up Planned Parenthood specifically and racism. Are you aware of the demographics of Planned Parenthood patients?
It's pretty widespread now, but the initiative was primarily targeted in lower income neighborhoods. And to my knowledge, that proceeds to be the majority of where the Planned Parenthoods are located and used.
Yeah, and the majority of low income people in the United States, are you aware of the demographics of them?
They are primarily non-white.
No, they are primarily white. There are more white poor people than any other group of poor people. There are more white people taking advantage of Planned Parenthood for their pap smears and their reproductive health help than any other group out there. The numbers show it. Now, if you take it to per capita, huh?
Oh, I was just wondering if that was in your sources. I didn't see it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't bring it up if it wasn't. I made sure to put that in there because I knew you'd bring up Planned Parenthood and Margaret Sanger and racism. And the thing is Planned Parenthood from its very inception was for the poor people. And I agree, poor people should breed less.
Oh, I don't agree with that. What source is that? Sorry, in your notes section. I'm just trying to find it here.
Let me pull it up.
The first three are for like crime and.
If you want to share screen at all, just let me know. I'm all set up to do that. And I'll add a few extra seconds for the time spent looking.
Oh, I'll see that it's not in my sources. I had opened another notepad and it's not in the one that I shared. Okay. So I'll see that for the moment.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think actually my understanding is that Black women are the highest demographic for abortions. And I don't think...
During the open discussion, may I provide another source?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. Proceed with your question. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So the other question I had about your response was you brought up Nazis. And do you not feel that a lot of people appeal to that word just for the negative effect that it has, even though the use of eugenics by the Nazis is not comparable to modern eugenics at all, which is voluntary?
So I didn't do it for that reason. I don't do appeals to emotion. I was referencing it because it was one of the most broadly recognized eugenics programs in semi-modern history.
Ladies, the questioning part that you guys wanted is all done with. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop off and I'm going to give you guys 30 minutes to go back and forth in your open dialogue. If you need to share something, just say so. I'll be watching very closely, of course, and I'll put it up. If I pop up on screen, that means that something's going on and everybody's got to stop talking for a minute. Sound good?
Okay.
But otherwise, I mean, I'm not going to bother you unless it gets to where the people can't understand what's being said, or if you're going really, really far off of the questions. Otherwise, I think the two of you are going to do just fine. So with that, where's myself? There I am. Have fun.
All right. So let's get back into it. We left off at the point about the Nazis and an alleged appeal to emotion. I don't need to specifically rely on that. Like I said, it's just they are a commonly known example, and it was in semi-modernity that it happened. So, did you have a point with that? Why people reference?
Well, it's just interesting that whenever something is distasteful to someone, they reference the Nazis, and what Hitler did was forced. And so now, while my personal beliefs tend more to the tyrannical, I'll be honest and admit that here, the argument here is society improves. And the fact is it has through voluntary eugenics. You may quote a lowered birth rate, but that was the point. We have much lower rates of the adverse effects of having unwanted, unprepared families. When families aren't prepared to bring children into this world, that's a lot of suffering for both the family and the children and society.
Why can't they just give the kids up for adoption?
So I don't know about Canada, but in the United States, we have a large number. I won't quote a number because I didn't put any statistics in, but we have a large number, and it's well known, of children in the system who don't get adopted and aren't put into safe and happy, healthy homes. We also have a shortage of,
Are those babies?
Some of them start as babies, especially those who are born addicted or born with severe health issues. People don't want a baby that's going to keep them up crying for 6 months the way a crack baby will.
Yeah, that would be the exception though. Like by far and large, babies are the most adopted, and it's pretty rare that healthy babies, stay out of the or stay in the adoption system for very
Healthy
long.
babies. How many poor people you know have a good diet, don't use drugs or drink, don't smoke cigarettes, live in a healthy neighborhood, get good exercise, get proper prenatal care, including prenatal vitamins? I mean, you may have grown up in a neighborhood where those things are really available because Canada has a different sort of healthcare system than the United States. But in the United States, especially, and especially in lower income countries, most of these babies that I'm talking about wouldn't be born healthy. They're not having the kind of prenatal support they need, and they won't have the postnatal support that they need either.
So only babies that are exposed to things like excessive cigarette smoke, alcohol, and illegal drugs are going to be negatively impacting the womb by far and large. Babies are incredibly resilient. You can eat semi poorly and still have a decently healthy kid. It takes quite a bit to have an unhealthy baby, and the conditions that you're talking about, which would make a baby undesirable for adoption. I'm talking like you said, like crack babies. That's not going to be the rule. Poor people are just not all high on crack. That's just not a reality that occurs.
Yeah, but the ones who want to give up their kids are going to be more likely to be the ones high on crack. Most poor people can still support their families, and they don't participate in the eugenics. You won't see these families that have 5 kids that are raising them beautifully go out and get birth control, except for maybe after the 5 kids, because 5 is enough. What I'm talking about is a voluntary system that we have in place that has shown a drastic improvement in our society here in the United States. We are using eugenics already. Like, it's not like this future plan of imposing eugenics on you all. No, we have it available today. It's on a voluntary basis, and it is paying off. It is working out for the benefit of our society.
So if we define working out and paying off as eliminating parts of the population to the point where we're below replacement rate, then absolutely that would make it better for societies, better for horrible societies that can't sustain their population and the infrastructure crumbles within decades. The second point that you made, remind me what, oh yeah, the societies, it depends on who uses it. Well, I'm glad that you mentioned this, and this is where Hitler comes into play. Hitler took over a government in Germany of just out of nowhere. The guy was a relative political unknown, and he utilized force doctrine, right, to impose all kinds of restrictions and to unalive millions of people, right? So if you say like, okay, that's not possible in North America, well, technically that's possible anywhere because it can happen. An authoritarian leader with sufficient backing and power and radical ideas can step in and utilize a technology if it's made available to the public.
Well, they could do that right now. I mean, we certainly have the tech to do that right now if they wanted to. The point is, we already are using eugenics, and the use of it thus far has improved society in the United States. We have lower crime rates, we have lower teen pregnancy rates, we have lower suicide rates than we had in the 70s. Like, if you really look at this, these are things that are just a result of many factors, but one of them being the availability of birth control and abortions. And that is eugenics. That is planned breeding. That is changing the course of breeding through an action that I can take. Now, abstinence, we can talk about that too. I agree we should be preaching abstinence more than anything, but we could talk abstinence till we're blue in the face. I have 2 teenage girls. I do not delude myself into thinking that my talking about abstinence or the school talking about abstinence is what's going to get them to be abstinent. That's going to be a personal choice inside themselves. And just like the eugenics we have available in our society are by choice, they aren't forced. And so long as it remains by choice, they do benefit society.
So the lowering of teen pregnancy rates, yeah, absolutely. That there's going to be lowering of that because we're giving like young girls at the age of 16 birth control that's going to permanently mess up their bodies and their hormone cycle for the rest of their life and might even affect their ability to get pregnant. In terms of the lowering of the crime rates, I'd like to give the credit for that to President Donald John Trump. Donald John Trump has lowered the crime rates in the United States. As we well know, it has nothing to do with less people. And if it does, maybe it's just because there's less people around because of horrible abortions.
I love you, but my statistics, and I stated these dates intentionally, were from 1970 to the late 90s, early 2000s, because I didn't want to bring politics into this, and I recognize you're a Trump supporter. So I just wanted to be clear that it's over decades, and these decades are the same decades where these legal forms of eugenics were made available to the public and were given out freely to most of the poor. And these have crossed these years have crossed the aisle. You'll find both Republican and Democratic leadership in there, and we still see that decline. And you also see a decline in the adverse childhood events over that time. And that's the one of the biggest things is our society pays a lot. You were talking about adoption. Well, let's talk about these people who don't choose to give their kids up for adoption, but never should have had them. And if they'd had better options, might not have. And those people who have these kids that they abuse, those children come out into society, and nobody wants to adopt these kids who have been through, even if it's only 3-4 years old and they've been abused the entire time. Nobody wants to have to undo all of that. And our society is burdened with them still. Even with the decline in birth rate, we're still burdened. We need to promote this. We need to create incentives. You know, get the word out. We'll give you $5,000 to the crack whores, and they'll go get sterilized.
Yeah, so I don't really think you're saying, okay, the problem is that there's poor people, right? There's lots of them. There's at least a decent amount. I don't think you have an exact statistic, right? They're on crack, right? They're completely, just lost causes. In your view, there's no point in putting them through like, a therapy in the secular sense, or even getting them to join a church and find community and better themselves. No, we should just sterilize them so that they don't carry on. Like, do you understand how like that can sound evil, like very immoral, like just to say, okay, well, they're just lost causes. Just fuck them all. Let's just chop off their balls and just ruin their ability to procreate. You're not helping them. You're not helping them at all. You're just removing their ability to procreate.
If you could show me results where we could rehabilitate or help these individuals who are low education, low income, low value people, if you could show me a way where we could rehabilitate them, everything we have tried has failed. They continue to procreate. They continue to create a burden on society. In my home state, for example, I live in one of the poorest states in the country. In my home state, something in the neighborhood of 1 million people live in the main city. This isn't a statistic, by the way. Something in the neighborhood of 1 million people live in the major city. It's a small state. And yet recently in the news, it was stated that we are one of the largest receivers per capita of benefits. And it's the worst educated state in the nation. Well, we vie with Mississippi every year, one of the poorest. And the issue is these are the people having children. We don't incentivize them to not have children. We incentivize them to have children that are going to be born into the same poverty, into the same neighborhoods with low tax rates because it's not great property, and they have very poor education based on that because most education is done off of bonds through property taxes in the United States, and it's a perpetuating cycle. If you have a better solution, I'm all ears. As far as I'm concerned, this one is working. I'm not saying it's the best solution out there for everyone. I'm saying is the eugenics we have in place today here in the United States that I'm aware of, these programs that are available for controlling breeding in the United States, including someone was saying in the chat about traits and whatnot, including amniocentesis and CRISPR and other things. We are improving our overall society, and that's what we have to focus on. The individual is not the key here. The individual has become the focus way too much in modern society and not the whole society as a whole. And that's why it's collapsing.
Yeah, that's moral relativism, and it's a flawed system. Look at this. You gave me some examples. I'll give you a couple examples. There's two men that are in my direct parish. Okay, they both were addicted to hard drugs for years. One of them has been sober for 12 now. He recently celebrated that, and he has a role within the clergy type category at my church. If you're going to sit here and convince me that there's a huge portion of the United States that's addicted to crack, okay, and is having a bunch of babies, I want to know what those exact statistics are, because without that, all I see is a compounding issue. We just stop them from breeding. So then society collapses because there's nobody to do the jobs of healthcare and education and other things, or to be caregivers for their family. And then those people get depressed. And then those people use drugs. And then those people end up the same statistics as the exact ones that we were trying to eliminate with the evil system that is eugenics.
So I'm glad you brought up recovery. I have 7.5 years, a little bit more than that, since my last drink. And I'm very proud of that through AA and the grace of a creator who loves me. And I want to say that recovery is possible. How do we recover them? What I've seen being in the rooms, being a recovering addict, what I've seen is the majority drop out because it's a program that you have to choose to do the work. And a lot of these people that I see, the majority of people who are put into the rooms, especially those who are put in through court order, do not actually work the program or improve their lives. They continue to be a drain on everyone around them. And yes, those people should not be raising children while they're in the throes of a disease. They shouldn't. And we should incentivize it, not force them, not say, oh, you can't have children, I'm going to sterilize you. No, go and say, well, look at your life. Are you really going to make it better for a child? Well, how about we offer you $5,000 to get a vasectomy this week? Incentivize it.
Where are the statistics? I've asked you for statistics on how many people are on crack and crackheads.
It's not crack. Crack is just it's one of those words we throw out here in the U.S. It's mostly fentanyl these days. But you want to know what percentage of the United States is addicted to drugs?
And it's having babies. Yeah.
Okay. How many babies born addicted in the United States in 2024? 5 to 7 out of every 1,000. So roughly 500,000 a year are born addicted. So that's a lot of babies.
Not that much. No, but the population is 335 million, right? Currently in the United States?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So it's still the exception. It's not the rule. I don't think that justifies going and just sterilizing those individuals. I think we should get those people the treatment that they need, right? Be it through the church, or if they want to, they can get therapy, right? Mental health is on the decline, and treatment for it is on the decline in the United States and Canada. I think we should invest more money into that, invest more money into people having kids, because the birth rate, even if you say that there's not a crisis, there is a crisis. Like I said, generationally, we are predicting a 20 to 25% population loss that is going to cause the collapse of society. It's already causing the collapse in societies like Japan, where they have to beg people to have kids. I bet you they would beg a crackhead to have a baby in Japan. I bet. I'm just hypothesizing here.
Just to be clear, you keep saying go and sterilize them. We haven't done that. We've made options available, and those numbers have decreased over years by doing so. This idea of it having to be forced isn't real. We already have these programs in place, and they're voluntary, and they're happening. If we wanted to increase it, though, we could incentivize it. That's what I'm saying. You don't force anybody to do it. You incentivize it. And somebody's saying, I don't understand percents in the chat. It's not even 0.5%. Like, it's 0.5%. No, it's not even 5 to 7 newborns out of 1,000. You'd need 100 to have a percent. It's a fraction of a percent, a small fraction. But the fact is, those numbers continue to stagnate and not get higher, even though we have a higher instance of drug addiction currently. And these are things that are happening through the eugenics programs we already have in place. I'm not implying that we need to go out and force anything on anyone. Now, my personal beliefs may tend that way. However, the argument I'm placing today is that we already have these programs in place. I'm not as aware of Canada. I'm sorry. It would be better if I knew a little bit more about Canada, but I know in the US, the programs we have in place have improved society over the time that we've been using them. And I think we could increase that improvement by increasing incentive for those programs.
Yeah, by reducing the population even more.
Yes.
Right, until it's in a state of collapse and we don't have anybody to work the hospitals or educate people.
Do you recognize how much of our work, as you call it now, that's being done by the type of people who are incentivized to do this? Most of the people who are incentivized not to have children aren't raising doctors and lawyers. They can't afford in our system to go to school for that long. Most of them aren't. You're not really going to lose that. What you're going to lose is the labor class. And the fact of the matter is our technology has gotten to the point where we don't need that big of a labor class anymore, as evidenced by the fact that a big portion of our labor class right now is unemployed, on the streets, addicted to drugs, suffering. We have people who are working 2 jobs, living in their cars because these jobs are being outsourced to technology.
What percentage of jobs are being outsourced to technology?
Well, in the United States,
because I don't think automation is actually as wide scale and rolled out as you think it is. It's incredibly expensive, number one, to use AI robots, right? We know that for 2 reasons. Number one, the actual like material, the hardware is quite expensive, and it's not as foolproof as you think. There's been many videos of the Tesla robot failing miserably in people's kitchens. It's rather hilarious. I would highly recommend that you give it a watch. The secondary component is with AI. It's not as smart as people think because it takes up a lot of computer storage space. It takes up warehouses of computers basically to generate what we're looking at as borderline human intelligence. So are we in Blade Runner 2049 territory yet? Absolutely not. To say that is just silly. And also more so to infer that even if we did make society an automated society for the labor class as a whole, and only people with the more high level regulated jobs like doctors, lawyers, so on and so forth actually worked, you believe that like what we give a universal basic income to people? We know that doesn't work. There's never been a single instance in human history where universal basic income has worked.
So show me some statistics where there's some sort of testing where we've even tried that. Show me where it's failed. You say it's failed.
Yeah, universal basic income, right?
Failed, but that's not in your sources. Whereas UBI failed because I don't know how that's related, but I don't understand where you're going with that.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, some of the things come up on the fly. So as long as you're willing to indulge me, I have a couple.
Yeah. No. That's what this discussion portion is for. We're here to discuss, not to degrade each other.
Oh, come on. It's all in good fun.
We'll leave that to the men. Us ladies will have a civilized conversation.
It's as civil as we're going to allow it to be. All right. Finland, 2017 to 2018. Right. There was a UBI pilot, had little to no effect on increasing employment, which was the primary goal of that. There's Ontario, Canada. The Ontario Basic Income Pilot back in 2017 to 2018 was canceled early by the incoming government, citing high costs and a focus on getting people back to work over simple income transfers. We also have the United States and Canada in 1970s, SIME, DIME, and others. Earlier studies such as the Seattle-Denver Income Maintenance Experiment often found that guaranteed income reduced work effort slightly, particularly amongst teenagers and second earners. Long-term study critiques, a 2024 analysis of a large U.S. study often linked to Sam Altman's research, suggested that while universal basic income helped with immediate spending on basic needs, it did not significantly improve long-term financial security or health and did not significantly boost employment. So, no go on UBI.
So, I mean, that's interesting, but I'd like you to relate it. I'm still trying to get where it relates back to the discussion that if we were to encourage more people who are less desirable having children to let's say just eliminate children addicted, and let's say that that's less than, we can agree, way less than 1% of the population of births. How is that gonna wipe out the entire society? And we're not even saying to sterilize these people. Eugenics isn't just permanent sterilization. There's lots of ways of preventing pregnancy that aren't resorting to sterilization. And then again, this wouldn't be forced, it would be incentivized. So the majority of people who are having children aren't just going to up and decide to go sterilize themselves for $5,000. You're going to have to talk about the bottom of the bottom who's going to be willing to take $5,000 to give up their ability to have children, at least even for the time being. A lot of the sterilization procedures that were of the past don't even exist anymore. Doctors, unless you've got some severe health issues, aren't going to just go give women hysterectomies. But there are reversible procedures that can be done that are non-invasive. There's IUDs and vasectomies, and there's the, what's it called, the Nuva ring now for women that you use it every month, but you don't have to take it every day. Yes, yes, they release hormones. But it's voluntary. I'm not saying you go to the schools and tell every kid who comes from a poor family you're getting sterilized. I'm saying as these people reach an age majority and can make a decision for themselves, we incentivize them waiting to have children until they're in a position to support them.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. We give them all the equipment free of charge, or even give them money to go and be sexual degenerates, where they can have like a bunch of kids without getting pregnant. Just let them be degens. Just let them fuck like rabbits and just see what happens. You know what's funny? And I thought about this as you were talking. You expect me to believe that there's a future wherein eugenics is available, like maybe we even have stuff like CRISPR, right, scientifically available, but we can't cure crack babies. We can do this amazing thing like editing out genes, but we're not going to bother to cure the crack baby. We're just like, just toss them in the garbage. Just rip them out and throw them away, right? Just murder them, right?
So it's kind of sticking to the provable stuff we've done in eugenics so far that has panned out well so far. But if you want to bring up CRISPR, that's an even better idea, where we take and create children who are immune to being addicted, who are immune to herpes, AIDS, all of these things that have spread through our society. Now, mind you, syphilis was spreading through our society long before we had birth control available to everyone, and it was driving people mad because people are going to have sex. They're hardwired to have sex. Reproduction doesn't have to be a part of that anymore. It used to be, but we've seen an improvement in our society by removing reproduction from that drive to procreate that humans naturally have. You may not have siblings, I don't know, but I have children. I've raised adults, and I have 2 teenagers, and giving them hormones when their hormones are all up anyway has actually improved their lives and ability to focus in school, in my experience, has helped them to mitigate the damages to their psyche that happened during teen years. I have an adult daughter, so I've seen it with her friends. The high school that they go to has a program where you don't even have to tell your parents. You can go in and they'll set you up on birth control. My daughter didn't have to use that because I'm not against it, but it's a choice. And I think it has to remain a choice in a free society, or a supposedly free society. But we incentivize a lot of things. We incentivize people to hand in guns when we do gun buybacks. We incentivize farmers to grow a certain crop in the United States. We do a lot of incentivizing the behaviors we like. So I don't see why we incentivize vaccinating your kids. We incentivize, we do it with pressure. Circumcision. When you go to the hospital and you have a son, the pressure is on to circumcise your son, but it's still a choice. And that's what we do with eugenics in our society. And it is panning out. We're seeing improvement. That's the argument, and it's been proven. I've shown those statistics to you. I mean, I'm going to close with them in a little bit, but you can't argue that crime's gone down. You can't argue that teen pregnancies have gone down. You just don't want to give credit where it's due.
To Trump. to Trump for the president. I have one more point. I have one more point, Beth. I know we're up.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. So you mentioned CRISPR, you mentioned gene editing, and I have a really good point on that, and I'd like you to respond, Witchy. I think it's fair. So obviously it's an emerging science and whatnot, but are you familiar with basically in simple terms, it's like don't mess with something if it's not broken, or playing God is always a risky thing, right?
Occam's razor.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Okay, so we're already familiar with how this works when we've introduced large-scale antibiotics to the population. There's been a reduced level of immunity towards certain viruses, right? You're familiar with that? Great. Well, are you aware actually that with CRISPR, we could actually find ourselves looking at super viruses and super gene issues, not only because it reduces genetic diversity, which can overwhelmingly lower the viral immunity for the population, but also, for instance, the gene that is related to sickle cell disease, it also helps protect against malaria. So, for instance, if we remove the gene for sickle cell disease, which is a horrible disease, right, from the population, you may unintentionally increase vulnerability to malaria or other infections. It's a risky science. It's untested. Certain genes, we don't know how they express themselves on a positive or negative basis, and it could actually end up ruining society and human immunity.
And I would love to see the door opened up for further research. As you said yourself, we don't know. This could happen, that could happen. We know what we can do based on the studies we've had so far, but they're very limited in scope because the countries with the real money and education systems to investigate these things, we're limited because of the moral fear of the word eugenics because it's associated with the Nazis. And so you don't see enough research. I'd love to see the things you're talking about actually studied so we could answer those questions.
All right. Did you ladies want any more time on this? Or are you ready to go to your closings?
I'm ready.
Okay. Who closes first? Since she went first, you close first, right?
Yeah.
How about it, my dear?
All right. So you all heard what I heard, right? This woman wants more abortions, more young girls riddled on hormones that will allow them to have more degenerate sex. She wants to just unalive people because they're poor. They might use crack, or maybe they do use crack, or maybe they're also poor and they use crack, right? She adopts Margaret Sanger's ideology. There are portions of society which are just unfit to breed. And instead of solving the problems that made them the way they are, we should just eliminate their ability to reproduce. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Not even thinking about the compounding issues. She has no answers to the potential issues with CRISPR. She has no answers to whether or not there might be a societal collapse if the birth rate continues as it is. She sees it as a good thing. In her words, it is a positive thing. Eugenics works because there's less humans on this planet. Good Lord, I haven't heard an antinatalist that hard since Rachel Wilson debated Amanda, the antinatalist. And I'm sorry, but that's an immoral way to look at things. I will not advocate for degeneracy. I will not advocate for the murdering of babies. And I will not advocate with putting young girls on hormones so that they can bang their high school boyfriend and lose their virginity at the age of 17. With that, I close.
Awesome. Very quick. Before we go on to the next one, I need to thank Tootie for the dono, and you guys get to see the other new dono clip. We're talking about doing a whole series of these, so enjoy the giggle.
He cannot dance like that.
You look so disturbed.
He cannot dance like that. That is horrifying.
It's AI.
Good Lord.
My thoughts are, whoa.
That's better than the roast one, though. The roast one is too far, Beth. Too degenerate.
Tootie made it.
I do hope you have his approval at least. He can be
yes. I talked to him beforehand. So by the way,
he's a willing butt.
Yes, it's a willing butt. Make sure you sub up to the Powdered Dusty. I'm talking to other channel creators as well to have a whole series of all of us wonderful people dancing like dummies.
I think the Marte dance video's got to win, though. He's, with the bills and stuff like that, he's got to win. I think Marte wins the dance AI challenge.
He talks about being embarrassed about that. It's like, dude, you wanted the point of that video was to be funny. It was funny. I think it's great.
It was funny.
It's hilarious. I love it. I wish he wasn't so embarrassed about it because he did great. Witchy, whenever you are ready.
Okay, so one of the things that people don't recognize in a world like ours where individualism has been pushed down their throats is the importance of society as a whole. And while birth rates are dropping, we see other things dropping too. And when we allow people some choice in their breeding, we give them more freedom than they would have had otherwise. As a mother of 5 children, being called an antinatalist made my day because my buddy Ellie, the antinatalist, is watching and he knows I'm not. But eugenics isn't about necessarily dropping the birth rate indefinitely, and it's not. What we're doing isn't doing that. What we're doing in eugenics, what it's doing is it's creating a society where the children who are born are more likely to be able to be supported educationally, emotionally, and financially to the age of majority, where they can become constructive, productive people in our society. And if we can show through these statistics, these lowered numbers of teen birth rates, teen pregnancy rates, these lowered numbers of crime and prison statistics. The majority of our prisons are seeing a decrease per capita in the sort of violent crimes that were happening before we allowed women the right to have some control in their procreation. And I think that we can go further with that. It's already shown positive side effects in our country and other parts of the world. There's some statistics about providing birth control in Africa that I didn't bring up because there's some questionality as to the voluntariness of those things. And we are arguing here that in the United States, what has happened is voluntary and therefore has improved society. So with that, I'll let it go.
Awesome. AVG, be glad you didn't see the other one Tootie made that I just watched backstage.
Oh, good Lord. I have a conservative, Christian, mostly male audience. My audience is only 0.8 female, actually. And most of them are men between the ages of 25 and 45. I'm very proud that I have less female viewers than Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson would be jealous of that fact.
So, guys, I know we're going to do an open panel portion and stuff, and you want to run the poll, but I got to step away for a minute. I will be right back.
No problem. Avarice, welcome. Everybody, I just pinned the link to get in. AVG, you are welcome to post it in your chat as well.
Okay.
I'm asking, though, that if you're coming up, please have some good ideas of what you want to talk about with everybody before we jump into kind of more of a all-out, shit show.
Oh, she must be talking about me.
Hi, sweetheart. It's good to see you.
Avarice.
Jay, you're gonna need to turn your camera on for me for a minute. You can turn it off afterwards.
Sorry, I was tending to my eugenic child.
Is JC?
Might I say, who's in the top 98 percentile across the board? That's right. Read and weep it, bitches.
Do you guys know who JC is? Is that from your community? J-C.
No.
Oh.
You're gonna have to cam up. I'm very sorry. Oh, he ran. Okay. So what's your thoughts there, Avarice? We'll let you go first. You're from over there.
I just got a few questions, so I'll wait for the I have nothing to say to the based ass page. Yeah.
Yeah. The ideas behind it get really like where the line gets drawn. A lot of people will be like, I'm against eugenics, but then they still use birth control or, things like
no, I mean, I just have a series of questions based off of the debate of things that she may or may not have said.
Absolutely. I'm just chit-chatting while we wait for her to come back.
Yeah, I would just like to know why she's against crackhead babies.
I know, poor crackhead baby. Well, oof.
I would like to really we'll get there, but I would really like to hammer this down.
Hang on
I
one second.
have a theory here, and I don't think she's going to be able to contend.
All right, hang on one second, Avarice. I got to find an overlay just because I need to make sure this individual is. Hi there. You said you're here for Witchy?
Yeah, Witchy knows who I am. She can.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure you're not going to form on me or anything.
That's life abolitionist. I vouch for him.
Hi, Witchy.
Hello, Cypher. Welcome.
Hi.
I have a few questions, Witchy. If we could start. So, why are you against crackhead babies?
I was born addicted to heroin because my mother was a prostitute heroin addict, and it affected my life negatively. And I've seen the effects of being born addicted on families repeatedly in my upbringing, being raised by addicts.
Yeah, listen, we could fix that though. I got a new fix for this. All right, instead of sending them to like a sad life, right? We take these babies, right, like mine right now, right, and we send them to nice little work camps, right? And so these crackhead babies, right, will be able to be effective members of our society, right? So while we take our babies here, we'll just send all the crackhead babies, the non 98 percentile, yay, and we'll take those crackhead babies and we'll send them to what we'll call baby work camps. Right, that way we actually have numbers, right? Because the issue is we don't have enough numbers. We're below the birth rate, right? And what you want to do is you want to minimize the numbers. Well, I want to maximize the numbers, right? I want more people, right? Because I don't want immigrants, right? So if I have the crackhead babies, I can create crackhead baby factories and streamline the workload in American society. I don't see where the problem is here. I see where you're wrong. This is you want to cut out the workforce. Why do you want to cut out my labor?
Number one, real quick. Oh my God.
Good Lord.
I feel so blessed right now that adorable baby is on my channel. Hello, beautiful baby.
Yeah, you don't need a DNA test. That's yours.
Oh, God bless you and your wife.
You baby.
Baby.
You baby.
Yeah, so back on my baby work camps.
How can I argue with that cute little thing in your lap?
Well, because he's equally for baby work camps. Who do you think is going to be the overlord?
Overlord. Riddick. We call it the Riddick Institute of.
I just want to know why you're against the baby work camps. Like, you want to eliminate our workforce. Are you like trying to bring in more immigration on shit flingers?
So you just want your kid to be like a laborer, 9 to 5?
Well, no, I mean, if they're crackhead babies, right, we can at least use them, right? I can at least utilize them.
So you just want drugged up slaves?
Well, if I can, yeah.
Number one.
Where's the problem with that? I don't see the problem with that. That's like that's literally capitalism. But that's literally capitalism.
This isn't about
number one. You're not going to have much of a workforce because that's the exception, not the rule.
But if you don't care about your employees, that's fine.
Well, again, this is about capitalism, the goddamn bottom line, right? This is what we're talking about here, right? America first, right? And I'm going to create an army of crackhead baby mechanics, slaves, whatever from the camps through propaganda and indoctrination. I don't see how that's not a better idea than every man chopping off his nuts.
Why not about Down syndrome workers?
They're good on a line too. They got to check cans.
So you don't think they might ruin the equipment?
No, not if they're looking at cans, dude. There's Down syndrome jobs all the time.
So
just look at the can.
There's Down syndrome doctors out there. Where are the Down syndrome doctors?
I'm not gonna put them in higher level jobs, dude. Come on, I don't put retards as doctors now, right?
So but they
can still go. No, what I'm saying is there's still people that need to pick up the trash. All right, and this will be the cheap. No, this is the cheap force, the cheap American force. We'll call it Immigrants 2.0 via America.
Timu Americans.
So you're
Timu America. There we go.
So you're fine with having a nation of pure Down syndrome people as long as we keep out the immigrants.
As long as we keep. You're goddamn right. I am. Hell yeah. If I get to keep out all the cousin fuckers for Down syndrome children, then hell yeah.
Can I respond to the arguments that were actually presented, especially
I think he's trolling.
I'm not. I'd rather have factories of crackhead babies with propaganda. Now, did I take it to an extreme? Maybe. But would I rather prefer using these crackhead babies in an assembly line, like in being indoctrinated through propaganda and education into a system? Then yes, I would rather do that, because now they're useful. Now they're cleaning the trash. Now they're picking up the poo. Now they're doing all the cheap labors the Mexicans and all the other people coming up are doing. I can have them pick berries. That's fine.
And
I'd rather have the robots do that.
The argument presented as an alternative to your idea was, let's just kill them. Let's just selectively breed them out of society. So yes, I would actually say that putting them in a camp instead of putting them to work, although it's an extreme example, is better than them being dead.
So you want to torture them rather than them being dead.
No, listen, stop. No, listen here. Like base grandma, my friend Premonition would say, we would take care with care, of course. All right? We'd take care.
Whip them.
No, we don't have to whip them. We give them nice beds, but they would have to work for it.
But the evil notion here is thinking that you're in a position of authority to be the arbiter of who deserves to be born and to continue living.
There we go, Cypher. There we go. Hashtag crack baby max.
Get off your moral
maximize crack babies.
Stop being an ideologue.
Let me just say that the solution that was provided in Witchy's argument was, well, we're just going to incentivize the behavior that we're looking for. We're going to go to these crackheads and we're going to say, hey, let me give you $5,000 in order for you to be voluntarily sterilized. You know what that's actually called? It's called a violation of the Geneva Convention on Human Rights, because you are coercing people. Shut the fuck up. You are coercing people. I said, shut the fuck up. You are trying to coerce people to take part in a medical procedure. That is a violation of human rights to go and offer the crackhead $5,000.
They're trying to incentivize people from producing more poor people, from producing more crackhead babies. It's a result. It's being a realist, not an ideologue, basing their whole idea on principles of morality which don't exist.
Bro, you were moralizing just 5 seconds ago with avarice.
No, I'm talking about results. Witchy's talking about results, things on paper.
You know what? The Third Reich had some really good ideas as to how to effectuate results, and you know what they did? They killed millions of people to try to achieve them. You think that you're the moral arbiter of who gets to live and who gets to reproduce and who gets to die, and really, you're satanic. You would have been tied to a
emotional appeal.
No,
you're just trying to slander me.
You're not much different, Darth. You were moralizing.
Stop calling me a Nazi. This is just emotional appeal.
You would have deserved it.
You're not going to slander me like a liberal.
Time out. Excuse me.
I'm not slandering you. I'm characterizing you. You're a shittard who deserves to not be alive based on your own standards.
I want to point out.
Who has Down syndrome?
Hang on.
I'm not the one who has the gay gene.
Darth, can you hang on a second, please? I'm the host.
You can't me because you sound like a retarded faggot.
I think it's unfair to automatically, I think that it's unfair to automatically, when we're discussing this, go to saying that, you know, if people looking to do this are automatically Nazis, because here's the reality, as AVG brought up in it, anybody can do it, and many people have done it throughout history. As a matter of fact, when World War II began and Germany first moved into Italy, the Vatican freaked out because like 70% of their priests were actually born Jewish boys, and the church confiscated them from their families, raised them within the church, having them take a vow of celibacy to therefore effectively end their bloodlines. So anyone can do it.
You don't think that it was them trying to save them from being executed by the Nazis instead, Beth?
When this practice started, Glacier, this practice started long before the Nazis ever even existed.
I would like to push back to this AVG.
I feel like it's fallacious argumentation about history.
I can bring it up for you, one of the most famous cases of it, and prove to you that
give me all of the receipts, and I'll actually back check if this is actually accurate.
You got it.
Just a second. So I think Beth,
ask a question.
One second, Beth. You stated my position semi-correctly. You said that I've referenced other instances, but all of the instances which I referenced statistically, eugenics was used for evil, right? So it's not just the Nazis, right? It's also the sterilization of indigenous people in North America and Mexico. It's also the elimination of certain types of people or races of people through predetermined sterilization or programs like Planned Parenthood in specific communities geared at lowering that population amount, right? So it's always, in my view, it's always been for immoral purposes.
No, you're just slandering eugenics as evil. For example, Iceland commits eugenics. They basically terminate all Down syndrome babies before they start to develop. And so that's a practice of eugenics. In Iceland, nobody's going to say that Iceland is falling apart because it commits eugenics. So this is just an attempt to slander eugenics because it's been used in the name of,
maybe I'm not the smartest person in the world.
We're arguing that
maybe I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I keep hearing the word eugenics. And y'all are saying that, oh, damn it.
Oh, my God. Just give me a second.
I just want to ask a question.
Real quick.
No,
one of the most famous cases in the back. No, you can look it up. I pulled the first link because I'm in a rush to get it for you. Okay?
Okay. I'll look it up, but I'm not going to be just relying on just Wikipedia as my
don't rely on Wikipedia. I grabbed the first link that popped up for the Matara case. Okay. It's one of the more famous ones. I know Shadow has been trying to get a word in, and I want him to. So AVG, you first, and then we'll pass it off to Shadow.
Yes.
So two more cases. Watch the back chat, Glacier.
But when we're done, though, she's going to come back and finish why hers is better for my questions, because I want to get back to the crack babies on Witchy. I'm being serious because she said it was bad. I want to know the net negative here. I see where we could take a net positive. I want to see how she can turn hers into a net positive. So if we can get to that, I'll let everyone else go. I can wait, but I do want to get back to that.
I would like to speak also whenever you guys are done.
Okay, I just want to make two quick points. Number one, that's a straw man, Darth. I never said that eugenics itself was evil. Obviously, it's a science. It can be used for good
so
or
it can be
evil.
good.
The fact is that eugenics has historically been used for evil. The example that you gave is also evil.
Okay, then it's just a genetic fallacy.
Because I'm not finished. Sterilizing people because of Down syndrome is evil. Down syndrome is actually a survivable disease. People with Down syndrome typically live towards 7.
You cannot cure Down syndrome.
Down syndrome.
Please stop interrupting.
AVG.
Stop interrupting so that the next person can speak.
Yeah, let me reply to AVG. Let's say all the entire U.S. population became Down syndrome. By AVG standard, this is perfectly fine. So would AVG be willing to live in an all Down syndrome world?
Yeah,
no, this is not.
Down syndrome live to 70.
This is
suicidal
empathy.
I don't care.
suicidal empathy. This is principles of morality blinding you to real results, to the real world, if you really want to live in a Down syndrome world, go ahead.
Never said that.
So wait, conversely, would you rather kill all of the people with Down syndrome? Do you think it would be a good idea to kill them all?
Yes, Down syndrome is negative to life. It's
Nobody said anything about killing people. Preventing pregnancy isn't killing anyone.
No, he just admitted that he would rather that Down syndrome people be killed.
Yes.
Killed? No, I said prevented from having children. Prevented from reproducing.
How do you think it's prevented? How would you suggest that it's prevented, Darth?
For example, in the case of Iceland, they would test
killing them.
Oh my God! You think killing a fetus? Yeah, that's not murder.
Yes, that's death. That is murder.
That's not murder, man.
That is murder.
Murder is a legal term. It doesn't apply to fetuses.
Murder.
No, it's not.
No, I'm not going to take your.
Yeah, it's a legal term.
Murder.
The state gets to decide what is murder and what isn't murder.
Period. The goalpost shift. That's murder.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Not even in America, it's murder.
More if they're anti-humanist. This is anti-natalist, anti-human garbage.
No, I'm the only anti-natalist on the panel, and I have not been able to speak yet. So you guys have not.
It's because it was my turn. It's because I thought I was going next. I'm just trying to be polite.
Go, Shadow. I need a palate cleanser right here.
Can we do Shadow then life abolitionism, since I don't think either of them have talked? Is that okay, Beth?
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank y'all. I appreciate it. Hi guys, it's Shadow. So I'm gonna ask
Shadow.
Questions. Hey, so I'm gonna just ask a few questions because I'm a little confused by this eugenics conversation, right? Because if eugenics is the termination of certain types of life, is that an accurate definition?
Kind of.
Okay, is it the preventing of?
No. Would you like me to read you the definition we agreed that I shared with AVG that she didn't counter for the debate?
Sure, please.
Okay, let me pull it up real quick. I closed up my notes because I knew the free-for-all was just going to be people yelling over each other. Okay, so the definition that I shared and she didn't argue is eugenics is the practice or advocacy of controlled selective breeding of human populations to improve the population's genetic composition.
Okay,
genetic composition. Keep that in mind.
But Witchy, it's also safe to say that you added the modifier of voluntary to that definition, right?
Okay, no, that's cool. I can swallow that pill. So what you're saying?
I didn't add the modifier voluntary. Our agreement was to talk about how eugenics has improved society, and so far in the United States, the eugenics that has been used has mostly been voluntary.
Mostly doing a lot of heavy lifting.
So, since we're going down that rabbit hole, I just like making sure I understand what's going on. But based on what you said, and keep in mind, I'm kind of an idiot. It sounds like you would quote unquote voluntarily make sure people cannot reproduce, right? Which reproduction is a natural process it's an actual natural consequence of sex, correct? Or whatever the safe word for that is.
That's safe.
No one would make sure people volunteer to not reproduce in our society. They control. They go have abortion.
Hold on, because I'm asking specific questions because I'm trying to get a clear understanding. But when other things get added, it doesn't really help. So I'm just trying to make sure. Whenever you're saying it's the purpose of eugenics is to have selective breeding, that means people who want to breed, who would be a net negative to society, they would be incentivized not to breed through some manner, correct?
In an ideal utopia for Nikki, yeah.
So like finance, like a financial benefit. Like, hey, if you choose not to breed because your genetics, yes. Well, I'm just naming some, right? So like societal benefits, correct? So let's say if you say, hey, we'll give you $30,000 if you never put your genes into the gene pool, so we can cleanse our genetic pool. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, we do that with migrants all the time, right? So the conservative Republicans are okay with committing eugenics against the migrants.
No, why are you interrupting him?
Right. I'm trying to be very specific, and I'm trying to have a specific conversation about eugenics. So, continuing. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude.
2D, I'm working on that.
And look, I've been doing my best. So, in that case, would that not be considered financial coercion? Because you can, bribe somebody who is in a position of dependence that would, quote unquote, need those funds and convince them not to do something that they otherwise would do. Would that be a fair assessment of that situation?
You mean like taxes?
I'm not like taxes. I mean, like giving people money to not reproduce, which is probably one of the most natural things of biological creatures.
Taxes gives you money to reproduce, so it's the same thing.
Yeah, there's welfare, man.
Taxes incentivize reproduction currently.
Okay, but to incentivize someone to do something and to incentivize someone not to do something would actually require two different intents, correct?
Either way, if you're saying that it's wrong to incentivize people to do something through money, then we have to get rid of all those tax credits for new child.
Whoa, hold on. I never said anything was wrong. I'm being very particular about what I'm saying right now.
Shadow, you're not going to get the gotcha you're trying to reach for.
I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm trying to get an explanation, which y'all aren't doing very good at doing. I asked a very specific question. Generally speaking,
it's already being done, and it is being done voluntarily without incentivization. That was the argument. Whether or not it should be incentivized is a personal preference idea of mine. It's not what's going on in modern eugenics. Modern eugenics isn't using that sort of incentivization. The incentivization that it's using is the idea that women are free to make these choices now where they weren't before.
So is that the incentivization? Because I heard somebody say abortion isn't murder, which by definition, murder is, and I quote, the involuntary taking of a life. Would that be accurate?
No,
or am I wrong?
It's a legal
too?
term.
Okay.
No, you're wrong there. Murder.
Cool. What's the legal term?
Yeah, murder is a legal term. So murder only exists within the system of whatever government. So if the government dictates that a fetus doesn't count as a human person, well, technically it's not murder. So the U.S. government, doesn't consider abortion murder because it's not within the legal term.
Premeditated killing of someone with malice or forethought. That's the legal definition.
Thank you.
Of a person. Fetuses as persons.
Wait a minute. Look, I'm asking for simple definitions, and for some reason, every time I do it, y'all are trying to give me an explanation to why you don't agree with what I'm asking.
What other question?
Actually, Shadow, I think Shadow, I've been very quiet over here. I think Avers gets a +1.
Yes.
+3.
Is it somebody else's turn to speak, or are we still? I
don't think Shadow was done with the
you got
land the plane, Shadow.
Wait, you got a problem with me, homie? Because I can be that guy too. I'll land the plane.
No, because I'm trying to answer your questions, but I don't hear a question.
Okay, you just gave me the definition of murder, correct?
Okay, what's your next question? I can answer it.
So by actual definition, if you are impregnated and you choose to terminate, because it's a very specific phrase that's universal, terminate said pregnancy. You can't terminate something that doesn't exist, right?
No, it applies to a person's. Fetuses aren't persons by legal definition.
Can you terminate something that doesn't?
What are you not getting?
Is not in existence.
What are you not getting? That a fetus doesn't count as a person by the legal terms.
I'm not getting that you're not answering a basic ass question. So again, I'm gonna ask you the simpler way.
When a pregnant woman dies, why is it considered a double homicide?
We're trying to do the Charlie Kirk South Park thing. Yeah.
When a pregnant woman dies, why is it considered a double homicide?
Yeah, because because it would assume that the woman was going to voluntarily have that baby and was not going to
Because
terminate
the baby
fetus.
is alive.
It's not because
Because
it's alive. It's because the woman
involuntary
was
termination.
assumed to have the child.
You use
Excuse me,
arbitrary
guys.
definitions. Baby is alive.
That's insanity.
No,
That's
it's because the
you
woman
literally
was
can't
assumed to
make
have
the
the
same
child.
argument for
So
one.
she could
Okay.
literally
So
just
the
have
child
like
is
jizz in her
alive, isn't it?
vagina.
The
It would
child
be
is alive,
double
isn't it?
homicide.
That's why it would be classified as a double homicide, because they both died.
No, it's because
And
the woman
actually,
was
he just
assumed
said something
was
that's
going to
not
have the
true.
child.
The difference is
Hold up.
circumstance.
He just said something that's not
Yes.
true. He said if you just have jizz, you're pregnant. No, the pregnancy has to be confirmed for the double homicide to even stick.
Okay,
by
she got
legal
pregnancy
steps.
tests right after that.
Okay, so we do know the difference.
Bruce Jenner. Bruce Jenner didn't
Oh, so
get
we
charged
do
with
know.
double homicide, even though he left a woman and an unborn child to die. He didn't even get charged with homicide.
Should have been.
So it's not double homicide when you kill a pregnant woman. In very few states is that the reality.
And 40.
All right. Excuse me, guys. I have a Cash App
Wait, in
came in. I actually
50
have two that
states.
came in, and they need to be paid attention to right now. Number one, I need to drop someone to make room for the Powder Dusty. It's been paid for, guys. And number two, Tootie made another video of Dusty. I hope that he's here to watch this. I'm gonna go ahead and play that. And Dusty, this is all her. And in the meantime, if someone wants to drop, figure out who you are. Otherwise, we're just gonna go at random. Oh my God.
I need to know.
Somebody take away the AI from Tootie, please. Because
Tootie, what the fuck is wrong with your AI algorithm? Good lord.
I would
Just
like
pick who you want to drop.
I need a spot.
I will drop down.
So bad.
Can I address AVG?
Who said they were going to drop?
I said I will drop it. I just want to make my point first before
Make your point, and then I appreciate you. Then his spot is going to Dusty, so nobody try to jump it, please.
Okay, first of all, I would like to push back against the whole notion that those who enjoy sex are degenerate. I don't understand the point of that language. I don't think that is anybody's business. Furthermore, you have not actually articulated why demographic collapse is a bad thing.
And Beth, put me in the back. Put me in the back so Dutch can come up. Sorry, bro.
I had a book which is on Amazon, which I'm an anti-nihilist and I'm also an anarchist. So the way you dismantle the state is through demographic collapse. I think people should stop procreating. They should stop rewarding the state, because when you give the state your children, then you give away all the leverage you have. When you look at all these other countries where they do have fertility problems, when they are procreating below replacement rate, then the state actually gives in and capitulates to their needs. They become far more responsive. Furthermore, as an anti-natalist, I think procreation is murder. I think you don't have the right to impose life on someone without their consent. None of us asked to be born. Life comes with a death sentence that we did not ask for. We are enslaved to an existence that we did not choose. I think procreation is the most immoral and unethical thing you can possibly do. I think that an oversupply of labor actually leads to depressed wages. From an economic standpoint, it's the worst thing you can do. Especially right now, we don't have a future. There are no jobs. There's not enough jobs for people who currently exist. So what future do you think people are going to have when AI is going to displace these people even more? And we're being displaced with the immigrants. So I don't see any good outcomes coming from. I'm not a eugenicist. I mean, technically, I was going to disagree with Witchy at first, but now I actually agree with everything that she said, and I would actually go further than her, because I'm not just a eugenicist as terms of who should procreate. As an anti-natalist, I think the entire human species should stop procreating. I think we should go extinct. Everybody should stop procreating. I don't think that the state should be used to accomplish this, but I think it's the most unethical thing you can possibly do. I don't think there's for someone to try to call people degenerate for enjoying sex while they are enslaving someone to existence and forcing them to suffer and die. I think anybody who procreates is degenerate. How can you even justify that? How can you justify enslaving someone to this hellscape without their consent? What is your response to this ABG?
What is the purpose of sex?
To respond,
What?
Sorry, is your name ABG? If so, shut your mouth. To answer that, I've got 2 points and 2 questions. The 2 points are this: you're a sexual degenerate and you like to watch the world burn. So of course, eugenics paints the perfect rainbow future for your degen loving ass. 2 questions. Number 1, do you live off the grid?
Not yet, but I would like to.
Oh, wow. Couldn't have guessed that. Number 2, do we need infrastructure to have societies?
I don't support society, so I want to.
Do we need infrastructure to support society?
That's an appeal to necessity.
Do we need infrastructure to support society?
You haven't.
I'm going to try one more time, and then you're lost cause. Do we need infrastructure to support society? You haven't explained why we need
society in the first place.
Can't answer it.
His argument is sound. His argument is sound. If you can't tell him why you need society, then why do you need infrastructure if you don't need society? That's his point.
His argument is undermined by the fact that he's still living.
He's thriving off of society.
I don't want to.
He's a hypocrite.
I don't want to go down that road because
you need medical care, sir.
I need medical assistance.
No, I mean it sounds like he needs advanced lead treatment. Because at this point,
I do.
He doesn't need any of that because society can collapse tomorrow and he'll be fine.
LA, what's the purpose of sex?
Answer my question. Why do we need be consistent with your worldview? One at a time. I'm not going to be here for long. I said I would drop now. I just want her to answer my question. Why do we need society? Why do we need civilization?
Do you like living?
I'm an anarcho-primitivist. I would rather be free from statism. I would like to be free from.
But you're not living off the grid.
He's not answering the question.
I have not been able to because I don't have the financial. Wait. To answer your question, I would like to organize with people who are free thinking and form an anarcho-primitive.
Which requires them to be alive.
Unfortunately, every ounce of every space of land has been monopolized by the state. There is no place on the planet that has not been captured by the state. You cannot be free no matter where you go. Going off the grid does not free you from the state. I would like total liberation from the state.
You can't get it. Why can't you get it?
Wait.
Because the state
going off the grid doesn't
everything.
leave you off the
force doctrine.
No. Name me
force doctrine.
Name me one geographic location on the planet. Name me one geographic location on the planet that hasn't been captured by the state.
Any place that is
Antarctica.
Said early America. Early America didn't have governments.
I am only
guys. You can live with the Sambari tribe of Papua New Guinea.
I think he already has.
Is that the Close-Off tribe?
AVG, you ain't shit.
That is an excellent suggestion. It gives him exactly what he wants.
She's arguing in bad faith, and unfortunately,
let's get back to the topic of eugenics.
You're asking for.
I'm going to step down, but I just want to make one last comment.
I'm going to say he was an anarchist,
but I want to make one last comment in Witchy's defense. I think that Witchy conceded far too much. She should have pushed back because she actually made far more compelling arguments, but she did not want. I guess she didn't want to roll around in the muck. And I think that you took very low shots at the end when you made your concluding statements. That was absolutely ridiculous. Witchy is a very nice person. I probably would not have been so generous. She should have actually pushed back far more.
Well, why don't you try to push back then?
Well, I want to say I'm kind of proud of the women.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not going to talk over you.
Hey, I don't play that game, Ashley.
It's my channel. It's my channel. I want to say real quick, I'm very proud of these two ladies. Like, they did great. They didn't even need me except to keep clock. So brava to Witchy and AVG. It
was a great debate.
May I say that I was looking forward to this, AVG, because I've seen you debate and I respect the way that you carry yourself. I really enjoyed the fact that we got to have a civil discussion. The reason I don't enjoy panels so much is what's going on right now, where one person can't get a full thought out before everybody interrupts them because everybody has something to say. And I like this format of of having a debate and then the panel, because I actually get a chance to say something when most of the time I've talked over so much that people don't even know much about me.
Well,
but the interesting thing about what she's saying is that she's calling
Richard, do you have a YouTube channel?
Made his point
I'm going to step down then.
He said he hates society.
I'll
he
just
hates
step down then,
people.
I'm not going to
He
be able to
hates
talk.
living in the state. Like
it's hard when there's just
a
many.
weirdo.
Well, he said AVG couldn't defend her point, so I was hoping he was going to do it for Witchy. He was going to push back, right? I'm not an asshole, guys. I love hearing people talk. That's why I'm waiting on Powder Dusty. Powder.
He said the worst thing we can do is procreate because that's a non-consensual thing that no one consents to being alive. So we should just not be living.
But it's undermined because everybody consents to staying alive, right? He could cease to be alive if he really meant what he was saying.
Dusty, did you see the first video that our dear friend Judy made of you?
I saw the one with me dancing in my little short shorts. That was real, by the way. That wasn't AI.
Well, there's 2 of them. There's 2 of them. Here's your first one.
Beth, make somebody pay before you make me watch the other one, please.
Oh, good Lord.
Somebody
I'm begging. Okay.
Did he take jazz lessons or something like a year ago, or where are those moves from? Like,
I've had those moves the whole time.
I love it.
That was straight up Richard Simmons. You were sweating to the oldies.
It's like,
do you have a YouTube channel?
Enjoy the new dreams.
I do. I do have a YouTube channel.
I want to subscribe because, like, I think we can talk about eugenics. I think you can make your case stronger because I do study, biology. In your case of eugenics, here's the whole thing. The whole premise of evolution is based that mutations create, new species of animals. But mutations are the very fundamentals that create things like Down syndrome. So to say that we can have a society of functionally Down syndrome people, it's just insane. We need eugenics because if the whole world is Down syndrome, if the whole becomes the whole population becomes genetically mutated, that means extinction. You're no different than LA. You're no different than that last guy who was here. So you need to, if you're not pro eugenics, you're no different than the last guy.
But Darius, no one made that argument.
People with Down syndrome
painting this weird picture of the whole world becoming Down syndrome.
It's
like, no one actually made that argument. The argument, the argument is that
autism has increased from 7% in the 1980s to 20% today. That's an staggering amount. That should be alarming. The amount of diseases increasing has increased from the 1980s. It's staggering.
And people with Down syndrome have babies.
You need to cultivate the herd. Farmers do this all the time. They cultivate the herd.
It's culling. You're talking about
culling the herd.
Yeah, you are culling.
No, preventing them from reproducing. This is not killing them. I'm talking about Down syndrome.
Everyone has Down syndrome in utero, right?
Yeah, preventing the Down syndrome, preventing
Down syndrome by killing the baby.
Right?
Yeah, it's not murder. Killing fetuses is not a murder. Legally, it's not murder.
No. When does
I know in your moralistic perception it is.
When does human life begin?
Hold on. We don't know. We don't know. Let me talk to Darth real quick.
What are you talking about?
Are you an evolutionist or are you?
It doesn't have its own at conception. It doesn't have its own DNA. It doesn't have its own heartbeat.
Yes,
so
it
science.
Does. Yes, it does.
Of course, it has its own DNA and heartbeat.
We have cellular division take place.
Okay, I'm not trying to argue biology with you. I'm trying to talk to Darth real quick. Darth, don't you think it seems like you're ignoring the fact that nature has provided with a form of eugenics in the form of mate selection. That's why I don't know if you have kids. I do. And not one of them was with a retarded chick because mate selection works, right?
Oh, yeah, you're practicing eugenics. So people can individually choose their mates. So yeah, you're practicing eugenics when you choose a wise mate.
Sorry.
So if you want to stress,
for example, me not choosing for example, white women not choosing black guys, that's still eugenics. It is racist,
preference.
but that's still eugenics. If a collective of white girls say like, we're not gonna sleep with the black dudes from the NFL,
that's
and we're
preference. That's not eugenics.
That's eugenics.
Just to be clear, Darth, are you in favor of race mixing because fundamentally it does result in stronger genetic expressions?
No, I'm not in favor of race mixing because race mixing, the children of race mixed individuals are less fertile. This means they're actually worse off.
Where's the study
That's
for that?
Sir, no, I need to hear that math.
Okay,
No.
you
see,
are
I'm not gonna
against
just have to keep making
miscegenation
shit
then.
up.
I'm against
You're
race
against
mixing. Yes,
miscegenation.
it's an abomination.
Wow. Okay. We're
It
all
is literally
maintaining
worse than
God,
homosexuality.
except if you have a
Wait,
different
wow, Darth.
In all fairness, he is talking to a panel full of not mixed race people.
Emma, excuse me, guys. Hang on.
The European mixed with European.
Housekeeping.
No,
One
I'll
second.
show you the 10% that is not European.
I have mixed race.
You got that 10% black on the
If you're not actually racist like me, then you have no problem with America becoming fully black and being colonized by immigrants from a Christian population, Christian black African. There's plenty of African Christian countries. So if all those African Christian countries came to America and produced with all the white girls and made all of America black, then you would have no problem, right?
Of course not. Hey, do you know
you have no problem with
genetic
that?
anomalies?
We love snow bunnies over
What
here.
is wrong with black and white people intermixing?
Hey, I'm just saying, I was designed to be perfect. So, eugenics worked for me.
Sure about that?
No, I mean this is just blatant racism. Like, he has absolutely no grounding for
No,
his
I don't
opinion.
hate
He
black
just hates
people.
black people.
I still want them to be around. They are still part of God's creation, and I cannot reject them.
Wow.
No, he's a
Wait, why are
separatist.
you appealing to God? You just talked about killing babies.
Let me know when I
that's
can
so
ask some
weird.
questions, Beth, please.
You arbitrarily moralized,
Midgets.
Darth.
They're an abomination in God's eyes.
All right, guys, can we please let our newcomer get a few words
Peter
in?
Dinklage is an Oscar award-winning
Who
hero.
cares? He's an ugly little midget.
Darth, hang on. Emmett, welcome. I want to give you and
what
Dusty
was
a chance to get in on this a little more because it's kind of chaotic up here. But
But by the same standard, Darth, we could probably find many reasons where by your own standard, you should not be allowed to live. So,
Yeah.
let's go through your bona fides to understand why you should be allowed to continue living. Because I bet
Yeah,
you
I don't
anything,
have
we should
Down
probably
syndrome.
take you out back and put you down like old Yeller.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
how
have
tall
Down
are you?
syndrome. And I'm
Wait,
not
how
gay.
tall are
Your
you?
definitions
Hey,
and
Darth.
ramifications are just arbitrary, Darth.
Hold
So
on.
you're
Hey,
talking
Beth,
about attrition, Cypher, not eugenics.
No, I'm not talking.
No, I'm
Beth,
talking about what this
things
guy
that can be
call for
fixed.
attention. Hey, host, call for attention. Sorry.
Emmett,
I
just
didn't mean to be
force
that
your
guy.
way in because I keep saying I want to give someone a chance and then it doesn't happen.
Look, if you want a nation,
That's fine. If we want blood, we'll get blood.
That's on
Don't worry
you.
about it.
you are welcome to give blood. Go for it.
If you want a nation of Down syndrome black midgets, and you think that's perfectly fine because my morals, you go ahead and be blinded. But
I mean, we have
one
one of Shadow the
We need
Titan,
eugenics.
right? And we want them around. So I don't know.
Dusty,
Listen, I'm all on. Yeah, I'm all on for G-siding anybody. You know me. I don't care about that. Okay, but if that is the case, then we have to agree that the pretty shooting was pretty justified and amazing, right?
I think all we need to agree on is that Shadow the Titan cannot bang any short chicks, or else apparently the world is in trouble.
That is
You
not
get them
true.
pregnant. You can bang midgets,
it's
just
not.
don't get them
That's
pregnant.
not true. It's called a
No,
hysterectomy.
they cannot be. They cannot be white. The snow bunnies are not allowed because
Whoa, sir! I think
Thuran
you're
says that
tripping.
they
Do
don't
not
like.
bang
Yeah,
a white
we're not gonna
midget.
allow that. There, Thuran is. It's bad.
Do not touch
So,
Down
it's
syndrome
because
white
it's bad,
midgets.
fan.
Not touchdown.
Nobody's
just so
gonna
y'all
touch you, Deathorans, okay? Nobody's gonna touch you. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry
Let's
about
do
it.
some math. There's only 3 black people in the state of Montana. Most of my sex life has been white people. So, just to be aware, and gingers are the best of them all. So, if we're gonna have that conversation,
They crazy.
What?
Crazy ladies.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Have you ever seen the children of the couples of
Yeah.
black and white couples? They look like they look weird.
What the fuck are you talking about? Watch what you're saying, bro.
I've never seen a picture of you, Darth, so I don't know.
Someone looks weird, they ought to die.
Cypher, hang on a second. Whoever's knocking, trying to get in the panel is full. For $1 a minute, you can drop a panelist, but it needs to be a $10 minimum, and you do need to specify which panelist you want to drop. I let it go earlier, not doing that again. So you guys say who you want to go, and that money better hit my Cash App or my PayPal first.
So I heard in the debate.
Beth, if there's somebody you really want to bring up, you can drop me down and pull me up. I'll still stay listening. And if someone has a question for me, I'll respond.
The debaters are protected. The debaters leave when they want to leave, not when anyone's going to.
Oh, that's no fun! You could make so much money. Everybody.
If that's the case, I want $50 to drop a debater.
Good.
There you go.
Give me your YouTube channel. Let me drop that in there.
That's good grifting right there.
Where's the link for your YouTube channel? Can you link it?
Thank you, Dusty. I do take notes.
AVG.
Beth is so proud of herself.
So this was there was a couple. There was
I'm the worst grifter there is. I apologize when I grift. It's horrible. Well, I used to. It's bad. Dusty was so disappointed in me.
But look at that. You came up with that stepped up grift price all on your own. So you're obviously getting better.
It should be 60.
So I realized something really interesting during the debate. We were talking about promoting the eugenics. Now, the way to promote the eugenics, in accordance to what I've seen, is through individualism. But at the same time, we have to think about the health of the nation and what's better for society. So can we square this internal contradiction in the argument? If possible.
What's the problem?
Well, you're thinking about doing what's best for society and getting the best for society, but at the same time, you're appealing to the individual instances of the people by allowing them more freedom. So you're saying, hey, let's be individualistic freedom fighters, and at the same time, we're thinking about the best for society.
Because are you familiar with the concept of the invisible hand of the economy?
Yes, of course I am.
Okay. I believe that principle works throughout all at facets of society. I can't decide if I'm concerned about society at large, right? If we consider this panel society, I don't know what you Emmett need. You probably need bird food, but
I guess the internet couldn't,
right?
You're phrasing. You froze up. Sorry. Could you repeat what you were saying?
Yeah. If the panel is society, and I'm the central planner who's trying to think about what's good for society, I don't know what Tootie Bug needs. I don't know what Glacier Maniac needs. They know what they need. So society is optimized when every individual takes care of themselves in a way that while respecting the others.
Yeah, but you're talking about promoting for society, right? So you're doing the promotion of the individualistic freedoms to everybody. So it's a general prescription of what you ought to do when accordance to having babies. If that's the case, how do you know that's the correct thing if it only applies to you? You're purely individualistic. So there's an internal contradiction. Do you understand that? Even if you're applying the invisible hand.
No, I'm saying that a healthy society respects individual autonomy, because a society is not a thing of its own. It's a collection of individuals. You can't have a healthy society that ignores the rights of the individual.
Yeah, but if you're promoting the idea of let's everybody should just do for their own what's the spirit for their own, but also we're doing it for the best of society.
No,
do you see that the internal contradiction?
No, individualism is about responsibility, and responsibility without the state. So if you're relying on the state to be responsible for you, you say you can still practice eugenics within individualism. So you can be responsible for your genetics by being responsible with who you mate with.
Yeah, how exactly you're being responsible when you're having a baby and you're the way that you're going to deal with it is by killing it?
Well, no,
because if a child is
going
Down
straight
syndrome,
for abortion.
it is the right thing.
You're going straight for abortion. How about preventative measures? How about better education for people? How about support for people when they do want to have children? Or how about not getting down on women who choose not to have children in our society? There's lots of ways we can incentivize it without...
Who's going to support this woman?
Society.
Who's going to support...
We're all about society.
So the government? So you want more government, even though you're talking about now? Just a moment ago, you told me about how you don't want the government to do it.
That's not me. The person who told you that you want government left. The anarchist left. I never said I don't want government. In fact, if we got into my ideals at all, Emmett, what you would know is that I'm a tyrannical bitch who thinks we should fucking sterilize men at 12 with a vasectomy. But I didn't mention that in the debate. I left my personal feelings to the side, and I represented the facts of the eugenics we already use in our society that's accepted and being successful.
Well, I love the individualism. I really love the individualism that's coming out of you now when you say, hey, let's do this the way that we have been doing it all of this time by promoting individualism, but now let's be tyrannical.
She's
I never said anything about individualism. I said our society promotes.
You did because you said that we should promote eugenics like we are doing it now, and the way that we're doing it now is through individualism, using the invisible hand, right?
The individual. If you want to do it in the society we have currently, you have to focus on the individual and not the society, because we have raised a generation of people who don't give a fuck about society and they only care about themselves.
Then own it. Say it like that. Say it. Hey, you know what? I know what's better for society. No, you didn't. You didn't do it in this debate. You took the bitch ass move. You took the bitch ass move of I'm gonna be reasonable. You took the bitch ass move of I'm gonna be reasonable instead of actually doing what you want to do. You want to be a tyrannical bitch. This is what you should do when you're doing your debates, and then you're taking your position. You should be I am a tyrannical bitch, and I want every man to lose their balls at 12. That's what you should have said.
You don't lose your balls with a vasectomy. Fucking misinformation.
Yeah, that's what you should say. That's what you should fucking say, okay? Actually take your fucking position instead of being a bitch about it.
But that's not what a vasectomy is.
The position I was given.
It's a figure of speech, Beth. It's a fucking figure of speech.
What the claim was to be, and this is what
we're gonna put a vasectomy and all of them. Why shouldn't we just take their balls off?
Witchy, you're speaking so loud, we can't understand.
Well, it gets to the point where he's addressing me and he won't shut up long enough for me to respond that I don't have a choice but to yell over it.
Yeah, because you're a bitch about your own argument. Why don't you just go on and give your full-on argument about what you really believe?
Because that's what was not the topic of the debate, Emmett. That was not
the topic of the debate.
AVG and I agreed on. No, it wasn't. The debate topic was eugenics improves societies. And I used evidence directly of how we use eugenics and how it has improved our society. That was the debate I agreed to. If you want to talk about my utopia, Emmett, you're welcome to my channel anytime and we can have this out one-on-one.
Yeah, sure. We can do it.
Like this isn't going to be conducive.
Well, the other thing is that it hasn't, because in accordance to you, your own idea of what is moral is you should be able to be the tyrannical bitch that you want to be. But in reality, what it has created is a full-on individualistic nightmare that everybody hates. So
she's not an individualist, my man. It has nothing to do with individualism.
Oh my God, I got it. But she said that she's looking at the effects of society right now. The effects of society is we are individualistic, and the way that we promote abortion and all of this bullshit is through individualism and degeneracy.
She's not promoting degeneracy.
There is a full-on contradiction. How do we do it right now in society? How do we promote this stupid idea of eugenics in society?
Does promoting eugenics require promoting degeneracy?
Yeah, tell me, how do we do it?
When you advocate for birth control and contraception, that inherently is going to open the door for people to have degenerate sex without consequence.
So because condoms exist, that promotes degeneracy.
Yes, birth control
pretty
in
much,
general, and having a laissez-faire attitude towards like sex in general.
So if we got so you think in the Middle Ages when they didn't have condoms, that they weren't, practicing degeneracy, like, doing their kids.
At the same scale as we see today? No.
There was a high risk of STDs.
It is a fact.
There was a high risk of STDs. The only people that actually did perform recreational sex were people that were lacking in morals. The majority of the society was still very religious. And
then why was STDs rampant? Because STDs gets around. It doesn't transmit like through the air. You need a touch little
to all the degenerate people that were around, dummy.
Yeah,
have you ever heard of this thing called immigration?
Are you gonna say all of society is degenerate?
They were degenerates back then before condoms. That's the point.
I didn't say that they weren't. I said the majority of them ended up dying off because they had STDs.
Yeah, they still die out from STDs.
Hey.
Oh my God.
Mike, how are you?
Hey, I'm walking in my door. I'll be
Hang
back.
on a second for me, guys. I gotta
And
hear
we should
real quick.
and
Mike,
we should
you're on mute.
Hey, so
Amazing contradictions.
real quick, real quick, and please let Dusty come back.
You got it.
You look great. You look really, really beautiful.
Thank you. This is the first time you've come to my channel. I'm glad to have you.
So you know, like I'm in Asia, and I've been really observing, and a lot of people make mistakes. They don't realize the mistakes. I just wanted to let you know, Beth, and I'm gonna say it up front. Like, don't make the same mistake that other people, in desperation of trying to attract more audience, and so I hope that makes sense, because sometimes I don't. So like, if you see that someone is not like, if someone is disrespecting you in your panel, please be like, you know what, fuck you. Like, put them in the background. Don't let that person control you.
I got you, Mike. I haven't heard anything that made me feel that way. So
yeah, and that, you know, so like, you got this. Like, that's the thing. So don't be desperate in terms of like, oh my God, if I do this, I'm gonna gain more audience. Oh my God, I'm so desperate for money. Please don't let that get to you.
What are you talking about, Mike?
Says the guy with the avatar money pick.
Mike's a good guy. He's been on a big vacation, so we haven't gotten to hear.
Yeah, and no. And so then, by the way, bring back flow.
Dusty, get your
I just want you to. So when you see someone they're not listening to you, take control of your fucking panel. This is your fucking show. If they don't like it, fuck that. Like,
I got you, Mike.
But don't beat the shit out of the very people that have your corner. Don't beat the very people that have your back. All right. So I'm done. Bring flow back, please.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Let me tell you how to run your show, Beth, now. Okay? I'm going to do it in a very nice way, just to let you know.
Emmett. It's not dark enough for you yet. No.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird.
Y'all can go back to arguing. I don't mind. I was looking up for more links and stuff and handling stuff in the background anyways.
I gotta go because I have to prepare for my own debate, but I just want to point out the internal contradiction of how people who want non-individualism want to promote individualism, which I thought it was kind of funny. Good to see everybody, and I hope you have a good one.
You can't get to collectivism without going for individuals.
No, I know, but I mean,
okay, then
if that's what you want, if you want collectivism, then just say it. Say, you know, you don't get to communism if we don't go into the individuals. But the communists at least tell you, hey, what I want is communism. They're not trying to pretend to want.
You want more government than I do.
They don't want to pretend. No, we want the same amount of government. You
just
agreed with me the other day that we want the same amount of government.
Just say it.
Remember?
You want a theocracy. You want the church to tell people.
I don't want a theocracy.
Their lives. Just say it.
I don't want that. I don't want the church in charge of the state.
So you want to make
degenerates? Why do you a pussy, Emmett?
Yeah, I recommend you. I recommend you to read Chalcedon. Okay, I recommend you to read Chalcedon, so you understand my position on that. Anyway, I gotta go. It's
slurping is gone.
Yeah, I gotta go. I'll put the topic on the background, and yeah, thank you very much for having me on, Beth.
Have a good day, Emmett.
See you, Emmett.
Later, Twilight.
He's a serial killer.
How does this work, Beth? Do you like post a poll at the end of this to see what the audience
He's got that
thinks?
Patrick Bateman
I personally don't care. I enjoyed the conversation, win or lose. I just know that AVG has like a win-loss record that it might affect.
I do.
Gotcha.
This is my first.
AVG has a win-loss record.
I do. So far, there's.
Will you get the fuck off the panel? Jesus, took him forever to leave.
Oh, there it is.
I just learned something that I now have a mission against. I want ABG's win-loss record.
Yeah, I've had 4 debates. I won all of them. Well, actually, no. There was technically 7 because there was 3 on 10th Mans, and I lost one of them to the Powdered
I
Dusty.
beat you.
So it is,
You got to
it
check
is
this one
6
as a loss.
Dusty got you on one.
Yeah, it is 6 wins, 1 loss.
She had a perfect record until she realized I was here.
Isn't that about legalizing all drugs?
No, I just forgot about the 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a shitty topic.
Do you want to take it on?
You, ABG, throw a poll up on your channel as well.
I did. I already did. I ran it at the
Pull
start.
by tonight, Cypher. We'll have it.
I was so busy trying to manage this and find links and all that crap. I didn't do it at the start. My bad. I'm
Cypher,
sure you won on yours.
Nobody can beat me on this topic.
So my chat got 96. I won. Witchy Bishy 4%. 27 votes.
On which topic, Dusty?
Oh, on legalizing drugs.
Yeah. No, I don't think anybody can.
I think it's a better idea. You're going to get more respect for the win if it comes through off of Beth's chat as opposed to your own. Personally, I think you could take that as a win, but if you want it to be more respected, I think it needs to be on the host's channel so that the win comes through as an actual win.
I agree. That's why I'm looking forward to the results.
I think you won.
I do have a question for AVG. So typically for pregnant women, there comes a point in your pregnancy where, yes, your OBGYN test, does a lot of tests to make sure that the baby is healthy and to know ahead of time what kind of problems the baby may or may not have. Now, I would not include Down syndrome in the list of problems. Sure, it's a condition, but it's not like, for instance, spinal bifida or something like that, where the child is going to have a life of being literally strapped into a chair, unable to even feed itself or speak, and forever stuck in diapers and things like that.
Well, that kind of depends on what you value more. Do you value thinking more, or do you value moving more? Let's say if you're a robot.
Hang on. I'm talking to AVG real quick here. I've taken care of people who have like cerebral palsy and Down syndrome, and they are there. Okay, especially people with cerebral palsy. By the way, guys, if you ever meet any of them, they think the same way you do, 100%. They will laugh at the joke about quarter of a second longer than it takes for you to laugh at it, but they get the damn joke. Okay. However, we don't have another big issue is like babies that are born with conditions that are going to end their lives very, very quickly. So where, like, can you understand how people would want a solution if they know that their child is going to die when it's 10 days old?
I think it does.
Life. Hang on, I asked AVG real quick, and then I promise you can answer as well. But AVG first, please.
Yeah, so you're referring to in utero testing for genetic deficiencies and other issues. This is a very costly process without insurance. I believe it ranges in the thousands for women in the United States. So even just on a pith and substance basis, it's an impractical solution to eliminate lives. The secondary component is that there's been plenty of children who were told, even as kids or even in utero, that they were going to die relatively quickly after birth or even quickly after being born, and they've survived. So my attitude towards it is give life a chance. I actually don't support the elimination of life in utero. I would want the woman to go ahead with the pregnancy and the birth and see what happens, because I don't think it's a death sentence like medicine will have you believe in certain cases.
Well, I mean, there are some conditions that there's absolutely no progression from, no matter what we do. My youngest patient at hospice was literally 10 days old when she died in our care. And it was a simple ultrasound, which told the doctors point blank that she would die very, very quickly. So I think that's my only hang up with it, is the quality of life when it comes down to certain conditions. And so, but otherwise I'm 1000% on the same side as you.
Yeah, but where is the problem there, Beth? Like, is it just that the child's going to die? Because the child's going to die either way, right? The child's going to die in the womb, or
people die, right?
Yeah.
You keep going for quantity. She's talking about quality of life, AVG, and you're avoiding it.
I'm talking about quality. I'm talking about a child that will never actually live, but be stuck in a prison of a body.
Yeah, so your concern's for the child, right? Not the mother?
No.
Well, both was my argument, but
yes, but as parents, we have to be able to handle whatever gets thrown at us with our kids. Because, you can have a perfectly healthy kid who freaking gets hit by a car, right? And you've still got to hold it together for your other children. So as parents, you have to have that. Like, that's an expectation of us that we take on by becoming parents. I'm looking strictly at the quality of life for children. That's it.
Kiana, I think that's very difficult to measure. Like, if we're talking about a newborn, right? Like, unless it's a condition where, like, for instance, there's a certain condition that occurs in utero where the baby actually, part of its skull doesn't develop completely and its brain is left exposed. Obviously, it's, I believe in the medical termination of the pregnancy at that point. But just for the off chance, like, if it's, a lot of doctors will provide percentage bases, right, for the recommended termination of the pregnancy. I would say if it's more than 80%, then it's probably defensible. But anything other than that, I don't think a 50-50 chance is worth termination. Personally, I wouldn't do it. And I would always seek the guidance of my priest in any event.
Very fair. I appreciate it. Darth, if you wanted to comment on it, by all means.
Yes, like the
thing is, can I take my mask off real quick? This is an important conversation. I'm gonna take Shadow's mask off. I'm gonna say something.
Something wrong with your audio.
Yeah, your audio is a little funky.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. I was born with bloodline chimerism. My projected expiration date was at 5, 11, 13, 21, and 26. About 2 months ago, I turned 37. So while I understand that there are medical prognoses, I and my twin sister both outlived our prognosis. So it's why I'm saying I understand where AVG is coming from, but even the expected portion of death, because I'm always in pain, but I also have 3 children of my own. I'm also married.
Beautiful.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you never know what life's going to give you until you've actually lived it.
Yeah, predictions are not certainties.
Okay.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, these people who were anti-natalists would argue that you deserve to die and that you shouldn't even have a choice in the matter.
Just
like, asking you directly, Shadow, aren't you glad that you're alive?
I mean, yeah. I hope everybody was.
Well, no, not from what we heard earlier from the abolish humans or whatever the fuck that guy's name was. He literally said, like, let's kill everyone.
Here's the thing. It doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to have kids with Down syndrome or with other syndromes be born. This is just here. The coding of the genome is highly sophisticated. We have something called a rescue genome. The reason mutations become so prominent is because people tend to marry around people they're usually around with. So if people are carrying the same mutation, that mutation becomes pronounced, and that mutation leads to the disease. But again, the genome is highly sophisticated. It can cure this mutation through a rescue genome. This means, not having incest, because having intercourse with your sister, you both have that mutation.
If it's good enough for the royals, it's good enough for us, buddy.
Well, yeah, the royals and the kings are all demonic.
No, you don't appreciate a good Habsburg dog.
Hey, Darth, do you know how chimerism comes to be?
I'm not sure what mutation leads to that, but it is in fact due to a mutation.
Right. It's bloodline chimerism. It typically comes from fraternal twins. It happens in about 30% of us. I was born a male, obviously. My sister, female, and we had a third twin who was split between the two of us. because we were born triplets. The third twin didn't make it. With that being said, based on what you just said, that genetically speaking, I should have been cold.
No, genetically speaking, you have passed that same mutation onto your children. So later down the line, if your child marries somebody
You're
with the same
assuming
mutation,
that's a huge assumption. Those are several huge assumptions.
Right, because I have three
these are not
kids, and none of them.
these are
Yes, they're
biological
assumptions. They
facts.
are assumptions.
No, I'm telling
They're
you,
not assumptions.
it definitely is, because chimerism isn't even passed like that.
No, the reason your doctors ask you about your history.
Let him explain it, since he actually has to study this.
I study this more than him, pretty sure.
He is
Wait,
the one
you
that's
studied-
experiencing the condition.
I
He
have
has
the-
to
I-
on his own
about
supply.
the risk of it for
I'm
his
sorry,
children.
this
No,
guy is
look,
like,
I have-
biology.
You're smelling
I
your
have
own
38
farts, dude.
Hey, I have 38 years of history supporting this.
Shadow,
biology. I'm not talking about.
I've got 39, so I win.
Real quick, I've got 1 minute left on the poll. Come on, guys. We are literally at 50-50 right now in my chat. I'm giving it 1 minute more. Let's see if you guys can tip it one way or the other.
Well, we better.
Yeah, just because you have suffered from the genetic disease for 37 years doesn't mean it goes away. It's still in your DNA, and there's a chance you pass it on to your children. And if your children marry somebody with that same mutation,
explain it, Darth?
Hold
My
on.
God.
no, this is scientific fact. This is-
no.
Described, though, I
Listen,
don't even
hold
think
on.
that's genetic. I think that's incidental in utero.
Right. So, Darth, the first thing you said when you commented to me was, I don't know what that is. So how are you, someone who does not know what that is, going to tell me, somebody who has I have 5 different doctors who deal with my blood condition monthly. How are you going to tell me something you don't know about personally? Or
Yeah, I know,
even academically?
Yeah, because I actually study eugenics.
Okay, but do you study chimerism?
condition.
Do you study chimerism?
No, not a specific disease.
So you don't know what chimerism is?
Not a specific disease. You can talk about a specific disease and probably
because you don't
I-
don't know what it is. You
I
just
know.
made 4 assumptions that were wrong.
No, that's not
Yeah,
an
it's
assumption.
not
That is a
genetic.
biological fact.
No,
Diseases
Okay,
are
biological
due to
fact.
genetic.
Chimerism is not passed through genetics.
Yeah,
It is
it's-
literally a genetic anomaly of twins, triplets, or above.
It's a
Chimerism
genetic
is a good
anomaly?
band.
All right.
Yeah, then it's genetic.
Hey, guys.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
oh my God, you're so stupid, bro.
Out of
It's not
45
genetic.
Out of 45 votes in my chat, 58% are in favor of AVG, 42% of Witchy. So you guys were close. You were 50-50 right to the end. I think some of her people snuck over. It's okay.
Hey, Witchy, I tried voting for you.
Hey, that's
Witchy,
a lot
I
closer
tried
than I
voting for you.
thought it would be. That's a lot closer than I thought it would be based on the topic that we chose. So being that it's eugenics, I feel really good that I presented my case if I got that high of a percent. So, I mean, no offense, AVG, you won, and congrats. I see
Thank you.
the loss. However, for me, it still feels like a win because I didn't think it would come anywhere near that close.
Well, it wasn't a win, so sit down.
Hey, Witchy, I voted for you just because I got beef with AVG.
It's
I
because
got
I'm
beef with
Canadian.
AVG
Go
too.
ahead. Oh, you too? What the fuck?
Dusty,
enemy
you
number
should have
one.
seen the look on her face the first time I played the first clip that Tootie made of you. Like, go back. You can see her on the side of the screen, so you can see her face as it's playing.
great.
Oh my Lord.
I love that that's on the internet forever. Thank you for that moment.
I'm going
But
to
can you
clip
see your
that.
hand?
Beth, can I clip
What?
that?
Why do you gotta take it to that weird place all the
Look,
time?
I'm going to clip it and I'm going to roll it.
No,
It's going to be my background.
No, but Beth,
God.
real talk, what you actually should do is you should actually clip that and turn it
$100.
into a short, and it'll
I'm
get
gonna.
tons of views.
I'm gonna.
Thanks, Cypher. You're a good friend.
It's
You're a
getting
I'm
clipped.
trying to help everyone grow.
I'm your
real good friend.
I'm your friend too, AVG. Come on now.
AVG, I'm
You guys are
supporting
great.
you.
Monetize, the more money
With
there
friends
will
like
be in the
these, right?
community.
AVG, you know damn well at some point you're going to have a moment of mine that you're going to clip the hell out of, and I'm going to be putting my head in the sand. So
we actually already have them, Beth. They're just sitting in the server when we need to use them.
I have no doubt.
I'll clip this. You watch. I'll make
I've heard.
Let me just share some facts.
I come in and I watch your show. I just sit very quietly. I hear what's said.
It's in the cheap seats, apparently. I was wondering why you're not in the chat. What the heck? Come on.
Well, I don't want to ruin the hate fest. It's so kind. I didn't know people thought about me that much.
those bloody right-wing Christians, they're so savage, aren't they?
My belief structure is very, very close to yours, and I'm right-leaning. I don't know why I'm such an enemy of the state.
Yeah, I mean, the Crusades weren't fought with Nerf swords.
Whoa, sir. Me and you are cool. I will fight you.
Why? Because you want to reenact the Crusades? I'm down.
Yes, absolutely.
It actually sounds fun. Let's do it.
Spring more. Let's get it.
We'll charge
Crusades once more.
I envision some Monty Python shit going on.
Look.
Oh my gosh.
Your father smelled
the
Beth, you mind if I finish dismantling Darth real quick?
Here. Let me show my window real quick there, Beth.
By all means, Shadow, how about it?
So, Darth, I understand eugenics now. I understood it when the conversation began. I just wanted to see what people's views on it were.
You gotta zoom in, sweetie.
You gotta zoom in, bro.
While we're zooming in, hey, AVG, it says your record is 7 wins and 1 loss. Who was the loss to?
It was to you.
Can you read that?
That's gotta feel good, Dusty.
Damn right it was.
Hold on. I'm going to actually enjoy this because I know what he just did because he asked a specific question. It's an AI. And he asked
It's not inherited from parents, but it's a
non-inheritable genetic anomaly.
How did he won my argument for me?
Genetic anomaly, Darth.
Darth, is English your first language?
I don't think so. Bro, are you aware made my argument for me?
Oh no, Dusty. Tootie Bug is really having a go at you right now.
Oh yeah?
Oh Lord. I'm not even gonna I see the start of this. I'm not even gonna
what a degen she is.
This is
what would her husband think? What would her husband think?
I thought that all my dancing clips would be private between me and her, but I guess not.
I don't think this one's dancing, actually.
Oh my god. Make the magic Mikeism. Stop, Tootie. Get your head out of the gutter.
Somebody send in a super chat so the degeneracy can continue.
Cash App, PayPal. I got another Dusty clip.
I'm surprised nobody had more questions. Beth, nobody had any questions for the debaters?
We're talking about my degeneracy.
Oh, okay.
They did, AVG. The problem was everybody who wasn't debating answered the questions and talked over so that you and I never got to answer them. There were a ton of questions at the very beginning, but every time one of us tried to respond, we just got talked over. So I was just like, let them make the points.
Okay.
I think the CRISPR one, I was kind of glad CRISPR didn't get brought too much more into it. I think I'd have a big problem when it comes to CRISPR because we don't know what the long-term effects of that are going to be, right? Yeah, I mean, just because you're trying to change one single gene, that doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't going to affect other genes if it's gone, you know?
Yeah, it's bad. It's lower genetic diversity. They can only right now eliminate one gene at a time, and they can't even do it in the United States because of all the FDA regulations with respect to clinical trials. I had a whole bunch of points on it.
Even then, it's like I said, one gene could depend upon a different gene in order to properly function, and you take away the gene that it depends on, and now you fucked up the entire.
They actually don't remove a gene. The way CRISPR works is they go in and they break a gene and force the genetic code to fix it. So the gene doesn't actually disappear. They just break it and it refixes with a different mutation.
Then if that's the case, if they can do that, why can they not cure cancer easier than what? I mean, without
because they have the cure for cancer, but I can't say that. Sorry.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
We never got to hear about Avarice's crack baby empire. Why did he never come back?
Yeah, I was personally, I was not going to legitimize that with any kind of response. That is, and then the fact they put a baby in the middle of it made me sick to my stomach. It was funny. I laughed so hard my tummy hurt.
To be fair, I actually agree with that. Look, I believe our labor force. A lot of y'all made a lot of conversations that I don't agree with. I have to put on a shirt because I'm an adult. But I hate wearing clothes, so get over it. Sorry. Unless Beth tells me I have to wear a shirt.
This is quite the paradigm you're in. Have to wear clothes, don't want to wear clothes.
Taking pictures of you to make it into her next video. She just got the magic mic.
Is that a Mexican bottle Coke, Dusty?
The what?
I'm bougie and fancy.
Uh-huh.
What is that? Champagne?
Me and Dusty are friends.
This is Mexican Coke because it has real sugar and not that fructose corn sludge.
That's the good Coke.
Listen, it's not good Coke.
It's real
has
Coke.
aspartame in it. You gotta rot your brain.
Right. That aspartame shit gets people hooked.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Aspartame is so bad for you. At least
caused seizures in my middle child.
At least stevia is literally a ground up plant. This is something that occurs naturally, but it's sweeter than sugar and it's got a weird aftertaste. And on top of that, though, there's really cool studies showing that the stevia it can reverse type 2 diabetes and lower your A1C.
The way you get around that aftertaste, though, is going with the liquid stevia. If you do the powdered stuff, for some reason, it's like got this off, like last for everything aftertaste.
Yeah.
What's the point of stevia over sugar? Is it calorie free or something?
Yeah, and it comes from a freaking plant.
It doesn't spice.
Yeah, but so does cyanide.
Well, that's true. But there's also other alternatives like monk fruit extract. That's another good one that's sweet and 0 calorie and natural.
I just like my good old school sugar. I'll get fat. I'm 40 and I'm in a relationship. So
the problem with sugar is actually, what do they call it now? Type 3 diabetes, Alzheimer's is what they're classifying it as now.
Really?
Oh, are you kidding me? Holy crap.
Yeah, it's a form of diabetes now.
Oh, well then.
Sugar's like a neurotoxin.
Huh. I was thinking of making Aperol spritzes during this debate, but I figured it'd be too much work. And I got like the Prosecco and Aperitivo on tap. So it's like, oh, maybe I should do that and like in a nice wine glass. But I'm like, this is going to be too much. I won't be able to.
Are you having Prosecco right now?
And not right now.
I was waiting for Mike to pipe up.
It's in my fridge. I have one chilling and then I have one in the.
Well, you know, so for the just for the audience. Prosecco is Italian. It's Italiano. That's why. So in terms of the winery, there's a huge fight with the Europeans and the fucking Frenchies. They're like, oh, you cannot call it champagne unless it comes from us, because that's the thing. So that's why we named it Prosecco.
Yeah, from their part of France in Champagne.
You're correct. So that's the. But at the end of the day, it's the same shit. It's just sparkling wine. There's no difference. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah,
Katie likes that shit. It goes to her head.
Oh yeah.
A proper Aperol spritz though has to have Prosecco. It has to have a dry Prosecco, a bit of lemon zest, Aperitivo, right, and a good ratio between the Prosecco and the Aperitivo.
Yeah, exactly. So for guys, the
am I sensing a match made in heaven here, Dusty?
I'm sorry.
Huh?
Am I sensing like a match made in heaven here, AVG and Mike?
No, stop trying to pawn Mike off on me. I know he's got the away.
No,
I thought Mike was with Tenth Man.
No,
I don't think guys on the internet.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, y'all would have one hell of a picnic.
I have a lot of respect.
They would have one hell of a picnic.
Pages, oh my God! Why you had to put me on the spot? Pages to control it. To me, I'm sorry. Paige
I'm not
is
like my mother that much.
I'm sorry. Like, oh my God.
Did somebody
Like,
say Paige?
I feel like Paige will be complaining in the morning, like, you didn't need my coffee. I'm like,
I don't drink coffee.
but I'm sorry, I'm busy with my customers, with with my property. But you didn't need my coffee.
Jesus, in this reality, I'm a bitch who likes
Just
coffee.
give her some prosecco. It'll be okay.
Just give her the backhand and tell her to shut her mouth and make her own coffee.
Yeah.
Mike, you forgot. She believes a woman's place is in the kitchen. Should be making.
There's a reason. So I have to say, all right, I have demon. I have to tell you the true story. It's not that I can't get women. It's just the alignment between my women and I. For some reason, we're not. It's just been very difficult.
You gotta stop trying to get the ones you have to pay, Mike. They only want your money. And there's a challenge in the chat, AVG. I don't know if you're interested, but LA is challenging you.
I knew there was Bishy.
I really love LA. I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but he's a genuine soul, and you might get something out of a debate with him.
Can I say something to Wishy Bishy?
LA, hang on. LA, I'm going to drop AVG's channel link in the chat. By all means, you should go to her channel. You should sub. You should hit her up. And
I'll debate him. Yeah, I'll debate him. I probably on antinatalism, but we'll see. Maybe there's a topic that he's more interested in, but probably antinatalism. I'll do it.
Here you go.
I'm back in the debating. Now that my trials are mostly done, I'm back into the debating sphere. So.
He wrote a book, AVG, just to give him a little plug real quick, if nobody minds. He wrote a book about promortalism and antinatalism. It's pretty interesting. So if you talk to him, ask him about his book for sure.
Well, all right.
Or no, actually, never mind. I had a question and then I answered it myself during the debate, so it does not apply.
Yeah. So.
What, Mike?
Wishy Bishy, if I'm sorry if I'm not correcting it. Well, if my wording your name. All right. So what made you feel that way about me?
Well, just from watching you here and at 10th Man on your vacation and talking about the type of women you were approaching on your vacation, you kind of described women who want your money and not your love.
I never describe any women, by the way.
Oh, you did. You may have been drunk, but the times that I saw you, you didn't describe them physically. You just described the type of behaviors you were exhibiting on your vacation with women, and it came across very clear that you were fraternizing with the oldest profession.
So I was describing the women that I've been with and the women that's, been around me. But still, I mean,
I'm not trying to pick on you or say anything. I'm just saying, if you're looking for love, you're looking in the wrong places, honey. Like,
no,
you remember the old song, "Looking for love in all the wrong places."
All
right.
Yes.
Tootie knows.
Age. Oh my God. Urban Cowboy. What?
Sounds like my favorite song when I was a little kid.
Me too.
Mike, did you move? Your mic sounds good today. Are you in a different country? There he goes.
Oh, you muted again. So did anybody else want to argue about anything else on this topic?
I mean,
yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh,
yeah. Now we can.
Now we can.
I think.
I asked if you changed countries because your mic sounds clear.
Yeah. I switched hotels. I'm switching. I'm in Vietnam.
North or south?
I'm in the North area right now.
Really?
And by the way, hey, to Dusty, I actually asked Josh. I was like, Josh, you want to meet up? He's like, yeah. And then like now he's MIA. He's not responsive.
He's in the chat.
Is he? Like,
yeah, he's right there.
Jeez, there we go.
Here, Josh.
Sorry, that was my bad. I didn't realize the message.
Because Josh is in fucking New York.
I've messed up on the link, so there. Now it's set. Yeah, he's not MIA.
He makes our country look bad.
Your state?
I've got a couple of people coming in. Vibe's supposed to be coming in too.
Hey, just a real quick point to raise about CRISPR, which came up in the debate. In my opinion, that's actually something we really have to contend with at some point, because China, whether we like it or not, is moving forward full-throatedly embracing CRISPR, and they're going to get to the point where they're developing super soldiers. And like, you don't want to even talk about eugenics. Like, this is a whole nother level of genetic manipulation. That
Get to, they're already there. They're already there. They're showcasing them. If you watch what's been going on the last few months in China, they're doing a showcase for their some centennial or some shit, and I've been watching it, and they're already showcasing genetically engineered super soldiers in China. We are so far behind because people are afraid of what eugenics means because they associate it with the Nazis so much.
But it's really easy to
Chinese
look past the ethical and moral implications of doing such a thing. But the idea that there's a nation state out there that's selectively breeding men to be super soldiers, like, that's crazy. And it shouldn't result in us engaging in an arms race with them.
You guys
they say we're doing it too, just not on the up and up, Cypher. I mean, look at like what was it called?
What are you talking about? Our men are completely effeminate and want to be women.
You guys sound like a mother.
In the public, but if you look at what our government is doing with like MK Ultra and other programs like that, we're right. That's old news. So imagine what they're doing now that they haven't declassified yet.
No,
they're not telling us they're doing it.
And you guys
being intentionally undermined and demoralized. Like, there are chemicals that we're being exposed to right now for the express purpose of actually effeminizing.
You guys are fabricating a lot of shit. By the way,
it's not fabricated. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, wait, hold on 1 My goodness, so you sound like my mother. Like, my mother's like, they're building
Does your mother
like,
have a beard
robots
too?
and everything. It's like, Mom, first of all, like, you guys are just talking a lot of nonsense, and then you're also you're making a lot of people that have no idea what's going on and making them scared. By the way,
they should be scared.
No,
they should be scared. They should be scared of microplastic exposure. They should be scared of xenoestrogens.
This is all fabrication.
Glycophosphate. They should be scared of all of those things because it's actually affecting children and turning them into crazy mongoloids.
What children is affecting right now?
Oh, okay.
What are you talking about? When you look at, first of all, overall birth rates, and then you look at the split
birth rates
between
and
girls
what
that are being born versus boys that are being born, when there is a preponderance of chemical exposure to glycophosphate, microplastics, and xenoestrogens, you have more girls being born. There's actually full documentaries about this. A whole town in Canada was impacted by it. It's not my fault.
Wait a minute. So you're talking about Canada?
I'm talking about a specific town that had a documentary made about it that was
Where?
in Canada, where there was a plastic factory. It leached into their water supply, and xenoestrogens ended up affecting the entire birth rate for like an entire generation.
Calm down, Mom.
I can't.
Let me take this. I can compliment you on your gray balance. I also have good gray balance. You should have great gray balance in your beard.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Flo.
Excuse me, real quick.
I want to.
I just want to say something. By the way,
those little gray hot pants and dancing around.
Guys, I just want to say something.
You want a clip too?
I already saved it. I don't know what you're talking about. I was there screen recording.
What's the number? What is exactly the number one consumer? The number one consumer country in the world?
Yeah,
US,
the
probably.
United States.
All right. So,
guys, I'm butting in real quick. Sorry, Mike. I promise I'll be short. A spot is going to be opening up here in a minute. It is for Ashton for a few minutes. And then when he's done, Glacier, you're welcome to come back. I appreciate you helping out with that. Thank you very much.
all right. So do you guys think that, like, us being a number one consumer country, that China will be as powerful as it is currently?
Yes, because they're the number one supplier.
Thank you.
They've been around longer than just about any other country in the world, so them surviving had nothing to do with
The only reason why they supply is because we consume it. And so whatever you guys are telling about this, my mom is like, did you know that robots are coming for us? I'm like, my goodness.
Well, that wasn't even my claim. I mean, you might say that I sound like your mom, but that's like my claim was actually about chemical exposure through glycophosphate, which you didn't address, microplastics, which you didn't address, xenoestrogens, which you didn't address. Like that was the concern that I brought up. When it comes to China, that's really just a national security issue from a logistics standpoint, because we depend on them so much for steel.
And we depend on them, and they depend on us. And they depend on us, by the way.
It's not economics; it's national security.
Yeah, they depend on us as well.
Not to the same extent.
The United States created China. We created China by our consuming needs, right? We all needed a flat screen on our TV.
We created China before we ever existed? How the fuck was that possible?
Wait.
China has been around. China has been around for thousands of years. America's 250 years old now, but we created them.
Well, I think they're
the superpower they are now. Yes, 100%.
We turned them into the production facility they are today.
Correct.
Well, and it's other nations in Asia as well. Like you look at Taiwan.
Witchy, Bishy.
Industry would
we basically gave them
have Taiwan.
I'm so sorry. Wishy Bitchy. We gave them the facility during the 50s. By the way, a lot of the industry in Denver. I'm sorry, in the so they decided that the production is going to be a lot cheaper in China, and they moved to China. A lot of the companies owned by Americans are in China because it's a lot cheaper.
Right, because we're exploiting labor, and we also have lower standards for workers in China. Like, it's actually a slave argument.
Dusty,
I mean, it is
for you, sir.
Well, Cypher, I mean, ultimately, you're correct, right? We didn't want to enslave our children to make cheap TVs. We wanted to enslave somebody else's children to make our cheap TVs, right? So we removed all the tariffs in the 50s, and we basically flooded China, regardless if they were around for 2,000 years or not, because they were not a dominant power prior for what the last.
No, they weren't.
But we flooded them with our money because of our materialism, right?
A lot of the companies, my dad, for instance, if I may,
the option is
real quick, my dad would tell me,
let's pay fair wages for our manufacturing.
My dad.
I thought that said dad shot, not dead shot.
By the way,
everyone, welcome. It's good to see you. Although I guess you're dead shot today.
I thought it said dad shot.
My dad, like he has and I'm Italian. He had an Italian. He was like, "What the fuck am I doing?" In the 70s, he was like, "You know what? Fuck this shit." He moved this company to China, and he made a lot of money. And to this day,
yeah, it's a Faustian bargain. What's your point?
My point is that a lot of these companies that were in the American industry move into China because of cheap labor. It's a lot less.
It's not just because of cheap labor. It's because when you have cheap labor, you're able to sell consumer goods for less than you would if you were paying your workers what they would actually be worth if those products were produced in America. So these corporations wanted to get around actually paying people what they're worth. And the fact of the matter is, with planned obsolescence, this shit isn't even worth the money we pay for it.
All right, whose
It
fault
breaks
is that?
down when it does.
Whose fault is that?
So hold on, you guys are.
corporations.
This is insanity. I'm sorry, I can't take it anymore. I apologize. I'm going to be rude,
Rick,
but
what's up? Yeah.
you motherfuckers are dumb as fuck. We are less than 14 to 15% of China's total production. Numbers mean things. Less than 10 or less than 14 to 15%, and that's now, today. If we wanted cheap labor, we'd send that shit south of the border to Mexico.
We did.
Well, we
That's what
tried,
NAFTA is all
but they
about.
couldn't do it. Just like in Vietnam. We tried to do it in Vietnam, but they couldn't do it. The thing is, the Chinese can do it.
Why then is the majority of American consumer goods made in other countries?
Why are the majority of our goods? Because of our government.
No, sir. My
buddy. Who closed the last lead mine in this country? Who closed that?
I'm sorry, what
Did the owner of the lead processing facility decide to go out of business? Or did the government come in and say, due to EPA regulations, you can't do this anymore? And now we go to China to do it. Do you know why we don't even have a proper steel industry in this country anymore? Because we've legislated it out of business, sir. That's why China's picking up our slack, because they will do it.
But Grid, I agree with you. But how is it that we got to this extent?
I just told you, we legislated it there. Every single step our government's taken has been to make America less competitive in the world market.
On the window,
and you know for a fact. So for instance, my grandmother with the fucking like.
So they're
am I interrupting anyone?
No,
I don't know who's leaking sound, but I can only hear one of you at a time.
Yeah, it's because Vibe is talking on his phone off mute.
Just make no upgrade.
Vibe, turn off your shit.
Can you mute them? There we go.
Yes, thank you. It was just sound leakage. I'm sorry, whoever was
I'm so
talking.
sorry, I didn't mean to be an asshole. But look. Like for instance, for Grid, you an American, you know how like the refrigerators, how reliable they were, and everything like
No, I don't remember that. My grandfather was was an appliance repairman, and he was constantly busy. I don't remember at any point where in the antique age that there was such a thing as a reliable appliance.
Okay. I'm just saying that there were.
I think that we like to have this version of history that we tell ourselves so that we feel better about what we've done.
Personally,
hang on.
Okay.
Just on the topic of planned obsolescence with appliances, though, you can't acknowledge.
I didn't say planned obsolescence. I didn't say that.
I did.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And the question is can you acknowledge that the average life cycle of appliances has decreased over the decades? Because they did.
Do you know why that is, really?
Sped up the turnover.
Sure, but do you know why that is?
Because companies want to continue making money. They want to.
Yes, but also people need jobs.
In China.
In America as well.
What from servicing it? Because most of the appliances.
All right, if nobody. All right, hold on. If I buy a car every 10 years, which I do actually, but if I buy a car every 10 years, how many cars do they sell?
Just based off of you?
Just based if everybody only bought a car every 10 years, how many millions less cars would they sell?
Yeah, a significant number. But people buy new
cars. Yes, exactly.
They don't
exactly. That's why things have a finite lifespan in the world today, because science and math have come together to tell business that, hey, if you make something that lasts 100 years, nobody's ever going to buy them, and you go out of business.
Right.
There's another thing.
I can only hear one of you. I will fight all of you, but I can only hear one at a time.
Why has it got to be a fight?
There's another thing that happens.
I'm sorry. I have a sense of humor. I apologize, Cypher. I have a sense of humor. It's a weird sense of humor.
Okay, two things.
I never come into these panels. Grid, don't you think that also brings consequences?
Well, there's consequences to everything, right? Like the consequence of shutting down our lead production in the United States has made the cost of batteries go up. It's made the cost of fishing lures go up. It's made the cost of bullets go up. It's had a massive ramification so that we can just say that we're a cleaner country, then we have less lead pollution. We have less of this and less of that. But the reality is that they put a bunch of people out of work. They put, those people no longer have jobs.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you have people in Flint, Michigan still being poisoned by their pipes.
There's one thing real quick.
Well, that's also due to their government. So,
I agree,
Yeah.
Grid, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm making the point that the bullshit excuse of we need to eliminate the lead production industry from America and then offshoring it didn't actually do anything to improve conditions in America.
I agree with you. It was strictly a political economic decision. Look, you can say that China has done X, but the reality is that China didn't do shit. We did it. We sent.
But
you love cars and you know cars, right?
Sold us out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm sorry, Vibe. I couldn't. Again, one person at a time. I can't hear.
I apologize. I'm trying to jump in here, right? And kind of go against you a little bit here, Grid.
Sure, go ahead.
Is we know that, like you're a car guy, and we know that in the 80s and the 90s, when Japan started importing cars here, that there was something they actually looked at was the welding spots on how accurate U.S. workers were on accurately welding spots versus Japan. And Japan had like a 90% accuracy rate, and we had like a 60% accuracy rate. That's why our cars last as long, right?
Actually, hold on, Vibe. I appreciate you bringing math into the argument. However, I appreciate the math. However, I'm going to tell you that the reason that the Japanese cars were successful here is that they were not taxed.
Okay, but what Japanese car has to do? So sorry.
Okay. We have
what
two
Japanese car has to do with.
I'm trying to address Vibe's point, Mike. I haven't heard your point. I'm sorry.
Hang on, Mike.
I can only do one point at a time.
My goodness. I'm okay.
It's okay, Mike. I promise, man. I'll be right there with you, man. Just give me a second.
You're next, Mike. Promise.
When we talk about offshoring industries and doing business in all of these different places, one of the things that I always look for is how hard the government's going to fuck us on it. And what the government did back then is they said, hey, Japan, you not only do not have to pay import tariffs on your products, but we will actually subsidize you bringing your cars in, especially if you build a factory over here. If you build a factory over here, we will definitely suck your balls. But what they did for our cars, when we shipped them over to Japan had 120% tariff on every Jeep, every Dodge, every Chevrolet, every Ford, which meant that none of those companies had any interest in selling cars in Japan.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? I mean, and
Yeah,
I'll agree with you on that in the sense that like we actually supplemented bringing that in, but it doesn't change the accuracy of a soldering point.
But Americans didn't care about that. That didn't matter to them.
Well, it actually is a direct.
Do you know where Lexus comes from?
U.S.
All
labor
right.
was.
Do you know if we're talking about cars? Do you know
Mike,
what
one at a
Lexus
time,
comes
Mike.
from?
Vibe, I'll come back to you, man. I'll come back to you. Mike, what do you got, man? I'm sorry.
Do you know what Lexus come from?
All right,
Luxury.
Mike has
luxury exam. So Lexus actually come from Toyota, which is luxury.
Yes, I'm well aware of the Lexus brand. Yeah,
exam from US.
And
I tried to work with Toyota twice, and they suck.
All right, so we went from China, and then we were talking about the China, and then we derailed.
You really can't talk about China without talking about the world economy as it is, because we didn't create China. China was up until like, what was it, 1978? I don't know. I was like 7 years old then, but China was walled off. Nobody in, nobody out. That's why the legend of Bruce Lee is what it is, because he literally had to escape to Taiwan so that he could or Hong Kong, one of the two, so that he could escape to America, right? And the Chinese are, the scary portion here is all you guys talk about, that China is going to take over, China's going to invade this, China's going to flood the market.
That's whatever. Bullshit.
That is the bullshit. The scary part is not that China decides to come here; it's that they just decide to shut the world out again, because they've done it at least three times in history, where they have just simply said, nothing comes in, nothing goes out, no one leaves, nobody comes in. They expel all foreigners. They said, "Fuck you guys, fuck the world."
Grit, you and I, we're on the same page. I'm so sorry. That's how China was able to recreate themselves, because they locked themselves outside of the world. They say, you know what? Fuck you guys. This is what we need. And they decided that we need to create our own.
Well, no, China did that for a very specific reason, right?
Nobody made the claim that China was coming after us. The claim was that they're moving forward in research that we don't allow. It wasn't that they were coming after us. Mike brought that up about his mom being afraid of the Chinese robots. Nobody else brought that up.
Yeah. No, I would agree with Witchy, Bishy, whatever. I would agree with that statement. China's
Bitchy is fine, Grid. It is Witchy Bitchy. You can see that in my avatar, but YouTube doesn't like it, so it's Bishy on YouTube.
I got you. Yeah, I was like, I'm not really sure.
Basically, the reason why China is very powerful is because of us. So in other words, it's convenient for China to negotiate with us, even though we don't get along.
The reality is that
China's not passive. China has been very ambitious and aggressive in advancing their economy and their industry. Plus, they do externalize economic control. If you look at the percentage of farmland, for instance, that they're buying in America, you want to talk about something that they could theoretically flip the switch on real quick. That's one of them.
Well, you know why they're doing that, though?
Well,
do you understand the philosophy behind it?
Well, what's your theory?
Well, it's not a theory. So in America, you can become a citizen in a number of ways. One of the ways, and the easiest way for a Chinese person to become a U.S. citizen, is through investment. It has to be at least $500,000, and it has to be in very specific things. Farmland being one of them. It's very easy for a Chinese person to literally say, here's 500 grand. I want however many acres that buys me. Or here's $1 million. I want however many acres that buys me, so that they can buy their citizenship here. It has less to do with the Chinese government and more with people who want to become U.S. citizens.
Well,
by the way, this is how the Chinese were able to basically take over Toronto and other cities throughout Canada.
Yeah, but we don't want the United States taken over, right? So allowing it to creep in through like a side door.
By taking over, they influenced the real estate market. I didn't mean take over politically. I just don't want them
buying American real estate at all. I don't think they should be allowed to come in and buy land.
Why?
Here.
Is it okay for Europeans to do it?
No, I think it should only be American citizens that are buying land.
Okay, that's fair. I would agree with that. I would actually agree with that point.
I agree with that.
This is actually how the immigration process actually works. Is if you apply for American citizenship and you have nothing to bring to this country, if you can't deposit some money into a bank account, they're not going to actually give you citizenship.
Yeah,
this is how citizenship works, right? It says, hey, you want to come to our country? You have to bring something valuable, right? So that is how citizenship works.
Yeah, well, I'm in favor of amending that right the fuck out. But then again, we need to make other amendments to end birthright citizenship, for example. That's ridiculous. The idea of anchor babies and all that shit. So
that has nothing to do with this. Done. Right. Ultimately, we're talking about you're saying that, well, they're pouring money into this country. That's an invasion, right? That's a war. However, I'm saying that that's actually part of our immigration process, in that we want those people. What Grid's saying, right?
You're
we want the smart people. We want the people that make money. We want the people that are going to grow our country coming into our country.
And we would like that money out of China and in the U.S.
And I don't care what country it comes from.
I don't actually want foreigners coming into our country like that.
So you don't want any immigration?
I'm an isolationist. Yes, I want
Okay.
a big fucking wall that keeps the bad people out, and people with devalued currency that try to use flim flam to convince us that they have something we want when they don't. Yeah, I want them to stay in China.
So we definitely should have kept Elon Musk in South Africa.
Yeah, we
Never
have
let
kept that guy in South
country.
Africa. Yeah, we don't need that guy.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
he
we don't
doesn't
need
have
him.
to be a United States citizen. People can travel. There's a difference between traveling and becoming a citizen of a country and then having a voice in the way that it's governed.
But
Manipulating.
it takes a lot of effort to become a U.S. citizen. It's not an overnight process.
Yeah, I'm saying we need to be more selective as a nation as to who we grant citizenship.
We are
to.
very
It's
selective
pretty fucking
about that.
selective.
Not selective enough.
How do you? Okay, prove that. Hold on. Stop. Everybody, stop. Prove to me that the system that's worked for 200 fucking years is not selective enough. Your parents, if you're American, came here to be a citizen at some point. How is it that the system that worked for them doesn't work for new people?
I think it's a bold claim to say that it did work. It's been.
So you're saying that you ought not be here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Here's a
So
perfect
you're saying that
example.
you ought not be here.
Potentially, that's the case. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But I mean,
I can't say that. I won't say that. I won't say that because I have personally gone through the immigration process with my wife, who's Chinese, by the way, and have insight into all of this that maybe is a little different than what you guys see. And so,
potentially a fair bit of bias, right? I hope.
do
you
I
can
have
acknowledge
bias?
that.
No, I
Right,
don't
hope
particularly
you
care for
acknowledge
China, and she doesn't either. I mean, she came here to get away from that, not to be part of it. They're not bringing China here. They leave China there and come here. That's an immigrant, right? That's what immigration is supposed to be. Is you leave that shit there and you come here. My son, who's a Chinese American, technically does not, or American Chinese, or whatever the fuck you want to call him. He doesn't call himself any of that. He calls himself an American, and he wants to go to West Point. So I would rather have 20 of those fuckers.
Sure.
Than any of many citizens in this country.
Sure,
but I don't get to pick and choose.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I think we're arguing for more selective immigration policies, right?
No, I'm not. I think it's selective enough. Now I want the policies followed.
I think the
policies need to be followed.
It's about enforcement at the moment.
For doing it the right way.
Yeah, it is about enforcement. I agree, Tootie Bug.
American Patriot. Thank you.
It was Glacier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Grid too on this. And I used to live in an Asian country and had one of my kids in an Asian country, and then we moved here. We had to go through the whole immigration process. It cost us a lot of money. We did it legally. They wanted to make sure that we were valuable to the country before we came here, and we're all now American citizens. When people run over the border, that pisses me off, because like I spent so much money to do it right.
Right. Exactly.
I want to ask you guys a question. Isn't this one of the best country when it comes to healthcare?
No.
No.
What are you, insane?
Yeah, no way.
No way. I can't name the best, but I can list the worst.
Yeah, but the
Seriously?
whole our healthcare system is to keep you sick.
Even Israel is far ahead of us.
Our entire system here, actually, Cypher and I are going to agree on this. We do not have a healthcare system in this country. We have a sickness care system.
And
in this
by the
country.
way, it gets even worse when you scratch the surface. And you
Yes,
look at
very
how many
seriously.
people are
Who said seriously?
When
Who
you
said
look
that?
at, for example, the transgender epidemic, what do you think that actually is? That's people
You can take
drugs and surgeries for the rest of their lives.
Even taking that
I
off
wish I could tell who's talking.
Mike had said it, Grid. But even
I
taking
got you.
the trans situation off the table, Cypher.
Yeah, I don't need to take it.
When it comes to healthcare in this country, it's about maintaining the illness and not solving it. And even when you have good insurance, you are still paying a ridiculous, absorbent amount for something that costs fucking pennies. And it's ridiculous. I worked in healthcare for over a
a little
decade.
bit on that, Beth.
I worked in healthcare for over a decade, and what I saw was horrific.
I think it depends on the insurance agency. Like I saw Cigna when I was part of Cigna. They were all about preventative. Like they were constantly like, you got to come in. We got to make sure that you're okay first. But then Kaiser, they don't give a shit. They just want you to get sick.
None of them do.
And like
They just had
the
you
insurance
feel
agency.
better.
But
So
something more interesting about this.
You're actually trying to say that
Are we
Cigna is an
saying that the
altruistic
American
medical insurance company? That's ridiculous.
Are we saying that the American Health Society is a piece of shit?
You know,
Yes, I will say that out loud with my full chest. The American healthcare system
is a failure.
is garbage.
Yeah, but do we go to a socialist system grid? Do we go to that? Because I actually would say
no, we don't need to go to a socialist system.
I don't think so either.
The healthcare system in China is as bad or maybe worse.
Yeah,
well, it's totally socialist.
And we get death panels.
So
guys,
agrees that.
Can I say something about
Hang on.
Can AVG add?
AVG, by all means.
I don't even
Yeah,
know.
so just to give you guys an example. So I injured myself very horribly, like to the point where I had nerve damage down my entire leg 2 years ago. Excruciating pain. Waited 6 hours in Emerge. Recently went to figure out whether or not I have a patella fracture. I had to wait about a week just to get a hold of my doctor. When I got to the clinic, they said you can only do one issue. You can explore one issue today.
Yeah, no
with your
social
family
selfie.
doctor. And I said, this is my family doctor, and I'm going to ask him to deal with all of my concerns. And the nurse said, well, it's up to him. Pretty much, it's up to your family. You are at the whim of your doctor and how much time your doctor has. It is shit. I think it's even worse, honestly, from people that I've talked to that have legitimate insurance in the United States. Because I have corporate health insurance and I have independent one, and I actually don't really think that it's anything great. So
I'm really sorry to
Here
hear
in the States, AVG,
okay.
if I take my daughter to the emergency room in the city that I live in, and I have decent health insurance for my kids, we will sit there at least 12 hours before we're seen, and they hardly ever do anything. It takes me to get my daughter's well child. My daughter is aging up. You go once a year for well child. Her birthday is in April. I called in February to schedule. We're not scheduled until next week for her well child. So even in a for-profit system, you have to wait.
Yeah, maybe I'm offline on this, but I personally think that like in the 50s, a lot of companies actually gave really good health insurance to their employees.
I think you are always. I think what you're thinking about are healthcare lodges and healthcare cooperatives that were run by organizations which would contract with doctors individually and therefore and bring these doctors in. Actually, Fabian Liberty did an entire really deep dive into these healthcare lodge things, and it was amazing what the AMA and other organizations did to prevent them. And the health and the insurance industry to get rid of those. Our problem is not, so the problem that we have is that with the insurance industry the way it is, we effectively have socialized healthcare. You don't think about it that way, you don't realize it's that way, but it really is in most aspects socialized healthcare, and it's wrong for our country, and we need to get rid of it. AVG, by the way, I'm really sorry to hear about that stripper pole incident. I feel bad that you had so much problems with your legs
I've
there.
never been on a stripper pole grid, and I don't want to be on it.
So
she left the door open with the whole leg in. She left the door open. I got to walk through it.
Yeah, now we know the real story. Look, I want to.
What would your prescription be?
A second, I got
healthcare in this country.
My prescription would be.
Can I clear the record? Yes, Steve in my chat. I'm in Canada. Yeah, it had something to do with entertainment. I was helping my dad build a recording studio in his basement because he's a guitarist and singer. And I was lifting one of the Yamaha speakers. I guess it was a bit too heavy, and I felt something pulling my hip.
Sure.
And then when I was traveling home, I lifted my luggage at the overhead bin, and I completely
Shadow, put your tits away.
Sure,
tits out again.
What the heck is wrong with you, Shadow? You're disgusting.
Shadow,
You're
that's
absolutely
tight
disgusting.
So, vibe. What's
Good Lord.
interesting is like even within like I have both Medicaid and Medicare. All right. I have one surgeon who dealt with both my neck and my lumbar. I have to schedule separate appointments for each of those. And the problem comes down to what these doctors end up charging. Okay. They have, even when they're talking to any of these insurance companies, they have like a cap on what they can charge for any little thing, depending on whether it's a Tylenol or fucking an ace bandage or a goddamn surgery. And things that used to cost 87 cents now cost $87, depending on which insurance you have.
So Vibe, I'll engage with you on this because I think it's a really complex issue in America because mostly of government interference and insurance being tied too closely and too tightly to the government. Those two things are the problem. But what has effectively happened, and again, Fabian Liberty covered this much better than I could. If I could go get him and bring him in here to talk to you about this, I would. I encourage you to debate him on it sometime. He will bludgeon you about the head with this information. But and I'm going to paraphrase this a lot. So it used to be that as a doctor, you would, first of all, you were more specialized, right? So if you were just a doctor, you didn't do 4 years of medical school. You didn't have to do all the different types of training. You were a doctor. You healed sprains and colds, and you didn't need to know a bunch of different. You didn't need to know the wealth and breadth of knowledge that we require today. And so, just your average home doctor was that. That's what he was. And so, and they charged for what they did. Right now we would probably call them nurse practitioners or maybe even just nurses, right? Because nurse practitioners are basically doctors. I honestly believe that the urgent care center down from me doesn't have but one doctor on staff and like 10 nurse practitioners that actually do the work under that doctor's license. That's fucked up because you're paying for a doctor. You're paying doctor level payments when you're billed, but you're getting a nurse practitioner. And that's fucked up.
It is. You also have no control. Insurance companies control the billing and they wouldn't allow for that. Correct. In fact, the reason that it's set up that way is because insurance companies have said we're not going to pay a full doctor fee for a visit that doesn't need a doctor. We're only going to pay a nurse practitioner amount for an appointment that doesn't need a doctor. Right. It's the insurance companies who set this, not the government. Sure. It's the insurance companies that are
the insurance and the government are in their.
The insurance companies are for-profit medical providers, and the fact that they've taken all of the money out of it so that not even doctors are making a decent living anymore. Half of them can't afford to pay off their student loans. And what's happening is the insurance companies are siphoning all the money out of healthcare.
Well, but which
do you know why the insurance companies have all of this power?
Oh, because our government.
Because of the government.
Because of lobbyists. No, I'll agree. I'll agree there.
That are when you have an incestuous relationship with two groups that where one is getting paid by the other and then paying and back and forth, and where politicians when they create a system to make insurance mandatory for the X group, then those kickbacks come right across. And this is why we can't have nice things. This is why we don't have good health care in this country. This is why we do not have the awesome, affordable healthcare that we ought have in this country. We're the greatest country on the planet, and literally everyone gets shitty healthcare.
Well, yeah, but the answer to that is let's go ahead and hang the corrupt politicians and the corrupt executives that are running the system.
I mean, don't tempt me with a good time.
Yeah. And get rid of them.
Cypher, I think everyone
really
wants
lobbyists.
that.
Lobbyists.
Everybody, I think.
No, it's not about the lie. It's a whole. You can't point to. Oh, it's the lobbyists. Oh, it's the insurance companies. Oh, it's the government. I didn't point to anything. It's the whole mechanism needs to be wrecked. Burned to the ground.
Burned to the ground and start over from scratch.
Over what? Less than a 3% tax on tea, and now look at how much of our money you work 12 months out of the year, and for the first 3 months at least, you're giving that money to the government so they can fuck you for the entire year.
I mean, let's look at someone like me. Let's look at someone like me. I've never had a broken bone. I've never been hospitalized overnight. I've never had an injury that required anything more than stitches in place, right? And now it's just super glue. I just glue myself back together. I don't, I'm pretty good at this shit.
I do too.
But but you look at somebody like me, and I've paid massive amounts into this stupid ass system.
And if you're an employer,
and I get nothing out of it.
More to cover the people that you employ.
Yes, and the people I employ are, that when I employed people, I had to watch them pay in and get nothing out as well, while the guy down the street that doesn't work at all is getting everything he wants. And so this is a fucked up system, and we know it's fucked up, and we keep agonizing about the why it's fucked up instead of just saying, hey, this is fucked up, let's burn it to the ground and start over. Well, I mean, we can sit here and mentally masturbate each other all night about why the system is fucked instead of just admitting up front the system's fucked. What do we do about it? And this is, and my answer is burn it to the ground and start over. Now, in China, I'm going to pick on China since we have been all night. Why bring in a new victim when we can just continue bludgeoning the old one?
Available to pick on.
China has actually started privatizing healthcare, getting government out of it. They started with dentistry, and dentistry's gone through the, the cost has gone down. It's easier to get appointments. It's easier to get better help, better care. And they're using that as a blueprint for other medical procedures in China, because they realize that, hey, guess what? The government sucks at this. Bureaucrats suck at this, and we need to get them out. Now, and we look at Mexico, which I'm going to pick on Mexico here for a minute, because I have a friend of mine who goes down there about twice a year for stem cell injections. This guy's a military vet who was burned, had lost at least one leg. He might have lost both, but at least one. And he's I can't remember how damaged he truly is. He hides it pretty well, but because of the burns that he has, they will never heal properly, and literally leaves blood on the sheets every night. Yep. The pain that he feels is, I can't even imagine. So twice a year he goes down to get stem cells therapy from Mexico, because it's not only cheaper, it's more effective than anything he can get here in the US. And the way they do it in Mexico is insanely awesome. I've never praised Mexico, but the smartest people on the fucking planet ought to be doing this, and we're not. And here it is. They go to mothers who are having babies, and they say, hey, we would like to harvest stem cells when you give birth. In exchange for that, we're going to pay all of your birth cost. All of it. Every appointment, every procedure they have to have, they pay all of it. In addition, we're going to save some of those stem cells in case your child in their entire life ever needs them. Free. You don't pay a thing for this. And so mothers are Why would you not do that? And so they do. And you know what? It's a great system because it keeps the cost of those stem cells low. It means that people can use those in various procedures. And we ought to be doing that. How can we, the smartest people in the room, not fucking do that?
They're probably doing it for certain people.
No, they aren't. There's too many regulations with the FDA. It is a very common issue that actually people do go to Mexico for this. I've thought of it as well.
Tourism.
Then
She's thought of it as well. Yeah.
I've thought of it as well for my spine, for undisclosed reasons. So here's the thing. Maybe I should turn on my camera again. So
it's Paige. Hi, Paige.
Hi, I got on my glasses.
I thought that was a stripper up there. I'm sorry. You guys just don't know.
Yeah, letting it go.
All right, like, I'm going to tell you why I'm so happy tonight.
No,
it's my sidebar. So I'm going to sidebar for a minute. Why I'm so happy tonight. I just bought another airplane, sent the deposit. It's going to be delivered in a couple of weeks. I'm super happy. So none of you fuckers can fuck with me tonight.
Okay.
And your joy made you want to call me a stripper on several occasions. That is fascinating.
I can't think. Well, I mean, sure.
It was fun for him.
What's your real name, not your stripper name? That's funny. This is going to live. This has got a mind of its own. This has a life of its own now.
This is so sad. All right.
I'm going to have to clip it together.
Don't do that.
I just want to clarify for the public record, I have never stripped on a pole. I do not own a stripper pole. I've never used a stripper pole, even in a dance.
But you want one.
I don't.
But now you want
one, and I do not want to dance on one. The only type of dance I am capable of is ballet, tap, and point, which are the classes that I took as a young girl.
You'll be great on the pole.
Ballet is the best start for stripper pole. Is what I hear. My understanding is ballet is like the gateway drug for stripper pole.
But given all that, right, you can still twerk, right?
No, I've never attempted twerking.
I'm sure you can twerk. Paige, you can twerk.
She just said she has a bad back. You can't do that. You can't do the twerking with a bad back.
I know what the back injury is, and because it's so low, no, she can't.
Here, or attempting to.
I'm sorry? By the way. I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
All right, Paige. The floor is yours.
Okay, so you've just outlined problems with lobbying and scientific research being impeded by governmental functions. I am curious to know how the pro-eugenics individual, Witchy Bishy, feel about how this might impact eugenics rollouts in a governmental sense.
Ooh.
Really? Did you just
bring it back to the debate? I thought the debate was over.
Okay.
Clarify
what you mean by in a governmental sense.
Yeah.
Did Mike drop? I like Mike.
We just talked at great length about how
he's
government.
in Indonesia somewhere, so it's kind of hard for him to keep signal.
Oh, did Mike drop? Not a mic drop. Okay. Sorry, my bad. So we've just talked at great length, and I've been listening. I had a couple pieces of fruit to satiate myself. But yeah, we've been talking at great length about how governmental actions are typically clouded in a scientific sense by capitalistic endeavors. How is this not a problem when we think about eugenics being rolled out in terms of the United States government?
Well, with the discussion we had today, what we were talking about is the eugenics that are already in play. But if you want to address future eugenics, well, in my utopic idea, the government you're talking about doesn't exist because I'm watching global governance move into place, and whether you like it or not, it's coming. And, I'm not saying in our lifetime, but it's inevitable. Almost anybody you talk to will admit that the way that the global economy is now, global governance is inevitable. And when we get to that point, let's see what kind of government we have then and whether we have to worry about that. I'm looking at China, which a lot of people think is a very communistic and controlling government situation. And I'm watching the advances they're making, and I don't see it having a detriment in their society. If you want to show me where it does, I'm happy to listen.
I would love to. So China, we know, is a relatively brutalist society. They do prioritize progress over humanity, and they've done so relatively consistently. For instance, with the one-child policy, we saw China basically forget entirely about the desire of humans to have families simply for the goal of some kind of economic growth and suppression of individual resource allocation and consumption. And so for me, I see it currently as well in Chinese robotics, right? They are advancing AI at a higher rate than most North American societies. And that is inevitably going to reach a point where if the singularity is possible, it will be possible in China. And if there isn't a negative experience to be had from the singularity, it will be possible first in China. And this is because exactly what I just said. The Chinese do not care about humanity. They care about prowess and progress in the elements of manufacturing, the elements of technology, and the elements of domination of the capitalistic market. And so with the technology such as eugenics, for instance, I see China erupting into a series of social castes. Those that have the ability to refine their embryos to have superior genes, and the individuals that do not, i.e. a Gattaca type scenario, which we've seen out primarily play out on TV, as well as the movie Uglies, if you guys have seen that as well. I do see a social caste system erupting in Chinese culture just on the basis of eugenics alone.
So do you think that is actually the Chinese mentality, like the Chinese that are living in provinces? Do you think they have that mentality, or do you think that's the government mentality?
So I'm referring to the metropolitan mentality, which would be where most Chinese individuals live. I'm talking about Guangzhou, right, Hong Kong, all of those major metropolises. This is how people view economic growth. They view progress at the expense of humanity as just like a measured loss, like just an accounted for loss. It's just how
we do that here. We do that here already.
We do that on the same basis.
We do. We absolutely do it on a money basis. Humanity. You want to talk about humanity? Go walk downtown Albuquerque, where I live by, and watch 50 people in the fence bends, and talk to me about the humane way to deal with that. I mean, you just ignore them and leave them there. That's our humanity. That's what we're doing in this country. And if you're going to say that China isn't progressing and isn't making strides, then you're ignoring the fact that their economy is more secure than ours, even now with the oil crisis. You're ignoring the fact that they're homogenous. And that's why the sort of things that they did through the government worked. If you tried to do that in a place like the States that is not homogenized, that is very diversified, you won't get away with it the way that they did there. You're talking, when you're talking about global governance, you're talking about what's likely going to happen is the banking cartel that runs most of the Western world is going to run the whole world, or China is going to run the whole world. Either way, you're going to lose a lot of that individuality and so-called freedom that all of you people are so proud of in the West.
Well, way to conflate the point with a total.
That is a huge conflation, man.
Like, it's not going to be China or the Western banking cartel, because we're actually moving away from fiat currency in general to a controlled blockchain that's going to be implemented through CBDCs. You're actually going to look at a consortium of corporate interests aligning with state actors.
That's the most brilliant propaganda ever to put Bit.
Why are you yelling at me and interrupting?
Oh, my volume must be really high again. But
just let me finish the statement. Because every year, these people that you're worried about, these global governance folks, they meet in Davos, Switzerland, and they tell you exactly what they're going to do. They've been doing it since Event 201 and prior, right? Like, listen to Klaus Schwab and what he actually talks about. Agenda 2030 was published in 2019, and it said exactly what they want to do. So you do have the right concern of global governance in the way that it's going to be totalitarian and it's going to result in your freedom being essentially eroded completely. But I think you've got the actors wrong. If you think that it's going to be the westernized banking system or it's China, no, it's corporate and state interests aligning to the point where they basically take over, and they will have a switch that they can flip that turns your ability.
That's the very banking cartel I was referring to. I just put it in simpler terms. And the idea
something without having it be nuanced and actually articulate who the enemy in this case is.
but they're not the enemy. I'm all for it. That's where you and I are on different sides.
Then you're a transhumanist, satanic, like devil.
I mean, the propaganda to get you guys on Bitcoin works so well. The propaganda to move you guys to digitized currency works so well. They convinced you were going outside the system by buying into their digital currency, and now it's going to take over, and this digital Bitcoin currency you're talking about is going to be the most easily tracked way of spending your money and using your resources forever.
In fairness, Bitcoin was always able to be tracked.
People in Albuquerque that are dying on the sidewalk of fentanyl, you might ignore them. The government might ignore them, but people that actually have sound morals and ethics, don't ignore them, because within our own communities, you know what we're doing? We're actually donating our time and making sure that the impoverished among us and the people that actually have those types of addiction issues are getting the treatment that they deserve so that they can recover. You may turn a blind eye to it, and people that you live around might, but people with, dare I say, Christian ethics don't.
Yeah, my church has a whole 1 day a week. We just feed the homeless in the area.
Oh, a week. They could totally live on that.
And for Christmas and for major holidays.
I mean, you're comparing individuals.
Have access to tax
let them die,
and
Witchy,
medical
because that was your
information
earlier
forever.
argument, right? It would be better
absolutely.
if they were dead.
Absolutely.
Or
Get rid of
never
Narcan. Quit giving away Narcan.
Yeah, just let them die. You're
Yes,
such a
let
fucking
them.
sadist. No, like, it's disgusting. Your worldview is absolutely sadistic. You don't want certain people to be born based on your arbitrary assessment as to whether or not they're going to have a high enough quality of life. And the people that are already born, you're saying, let them fucking die. You're a disgusting wretch of a human. You need to repent. You need to actually come back to Christ, who you originated from, because right now the dark path that you're on, it's straight to hell.
I gotta agree with as far as the idea that poor people should not be having children. I think there's a far easier solution, and that's getting back to our roots, where we're teaching people how to be self-sufficient, how to have your own garden and take care of shit without needing so much stuff, because it's not as hard as people make it out to be.
That's a beautiful
It's not. It's just
we've let that go. We've let that go. If we got back to it,
Push
it
back a
would
little.
not struggle. That. Sorry, Vibe. Go ahead.
So Christian morals. You want to talk to me about Christian morals? You want to talk to me about the conquest of southern United States by the Catholics and what they did to the people here where I live? You want to talk about Christian morals? You want to talk about Christian morals and talk about forcing men into celibacy to the point where you're covering up their molestation of children across the globe? Like, don't come at me with Christian morals.
Hang on, that's
I mean, you're
morals. They
overconflating
keep me from,
Christianity to Catholicism.
Hold on.
All Christianity comes from Catholicism. Even your Protestant.
It actually
comes from Catholicism.
I don't think anyone on this panel.
Far be
that
it
is
for me to be the
Christian
voice of reason here.
Got that wrong. Christianity actually originated from Orthodoxy, not Catholicism, you dumb bitch.
Okay. Far be it for me to be the voice of reason here, but without Christianity, I would be a pirate slitting throats. I promise you.
Oh,
or a hermit in the wood, or that hermit in the woods that everyone's afraid of. So, let's keep the religion thing on an even keel, because I am one of those really dark people that I know that I'd be a bad person without Christianity. So let's just.
Well, and we actually see it here on this panel when someone isn't Christian, the type of moral and ethical framework that they end up adopting, where certain people shouldn't be allowed to live based on their assessment of their quality of life. It's sick shit.
Wait, why can't we stone people for their bad behavior? Why can't we stop them from breeding?
Not the argument.
What are you talking about? Where's the sadism?
the
You're just
argument.
pulling the pot from one side, not the other.
Hang on.
The conversation
Who's
was
advocating
eugenics.
for sadism here?
The concept of eugenics would be just as much as selective breeding.
Beth, I have to go do my Friday night thing, and it's been great, guys. You guys, it's been I always enjoy a good tete-a-tete, and You're all cool in my book, except Cypher. He's done a little better than the rest of you tonight.
Oh, he's extra cool.
You need to level up your game.
Grid, thank you for coming. I'm honored. Really.
Safe out there, Grid.
Bye,
Have a
Grid.
great night. We'll see
He
you later.
already told you what you have to do to be considered more cool than you are. You have to install the stripper pole behind you and like do paid dances on camera.
Wait, Cypher, where's
I'm
your
not saying to do that. I'm saying that was his idea.
Wait,
of
Cypher,
you-
Cypher, where's your stripper pole?
No. And
Cypher,
And-
Cypher, you have been more lively tonight than like I'm like I'm a little turned on. Anyway, back to the fighting. Enjoy, please.
Whoa. Was that a Furburger
I'm
moment?
kidding, I'm kidding.
Was that a Furburger moment? Somebody clip that. That's gonna be.
Oh Lord!
Did you say Furburger?
Welcome back,
Yeah.
Bob.
Was that a Furburger moment?
In the middle. I didn't make that invitation. I just said, "Damn." I've never
Lord.
seen Cypher be so passionate and use such language, and it's kind of like you
No,
do.
I've
have
never
it in you.
heard the word Furburger before, and
Oh,
I've been
yeah.
alive
I
for
mean,
many
Steve,
You
years.
haven't.
Go to a
That was
certain
the first debate I
Burger.
ever fucking had. Cypher had to do with the fur burger and whether or not oral sex is acceptable under Christian morals. That's the first debate I've ever had.
Wait,
in
so which
Morphe.
position did you take, Giggity?
Affirmative, and I proved it using 1 Corinthians.
That it's not moral?
That it is okay under as long as you're married, whatever can be done. Being
Sodomy
married
is okay?
cannot be defiled by your ex. So yeah.
Yeah, no,
Good
as long as
Lord.
you're married, go to town. Have fun.
That's
be
right.
weird.
See, Paige.
Yeah, the man eats the Furburger, right?
Correct.
It's still gross.
Wait, are
No,
you supposed to
disavow.
be eating your own?
Sodomy is okay.
Disavow. Nobody should be
Sodomy
eating
is
a Furburger.
okay according to Christian faith.
Where it's
In
like
the
a pretzel
Furburger
roll?
restaurant, go away from the Furburger restaurant. Do
That
not
Cypher
approach.
and I get
Do
along
not-
better than
Do not pass go. Do not pay
Well,
$20.
okay, but Beth, the stipulation is that while married, right? If you're
Correct.
a single person, you shouldn't be having sex at all.
correct.
Yeah.
According to 1 Corinthians, as long as you're married, whatever you do in your bedroom is between you and your husband, and nothing can defile that bedroom.
Yeah, but I think it is okay to say that certain things are gross anyway.
Certain
even if you
things
are
should not be
married.
done.
Yeah.
The
Eating the
abominable
poontang
act. The abominable
is a
act still can't
It's a
be done.
graph.
You're telling me that
It's a
sodomy is
poontang.
okay within the confines of a marriage.
I said the abominable. There's certain acts which which Scripture says are absolutely abominable.
Or
should never,
sex is
ever happen.
sodomy.
And
That's one of the things the scripture says is abominable is sodomy.
Right.
Oral sex did not originally fall underneath the definition for sodomy.
Actually,
I
it
don't-
did. But AVG, are we on the same side here? Oh my God.
We don't eat the fur. I don't want anybody eating my Furburger. And the bungholio is for exit only.
I agree
You could
with
just
this.
buy a weed eater.
The
and take
definition
it
of sodomy by the word used in the Bible, if you look it up, is sex without the intent of procreation. So that's anything other than dick and vagina without any protection.
Yeah, but
you
or-
guys
in that
understand
case,
the only attack on Christianity right now is basically that Christianity doesn't believe in gays, right? So this is the biggest attack that Christianity has at the moment.
I think
And,
it believes in gays.
by the
it
way,
just says they're
Christianity
sinful and need to repent.
looks down
I believe in
on
gay people.
philosophers.
They exist.
The same, right?
In that case, by the way, based on the definition, the way you're looking at it, then technically homosexuality itself isn't independently called out in the Old Testament if it's dealing with the word of sodomy being the problem. Do you
Yeah,
see
but
what
I mean,
I'm
this is
Nope.
why Christianity is under attack. It's two reasons: the trans movement and the gay movement, right? And this is why Christianity is under attack.
Very
We see
big
people in
deal.
Hollywood on the streets going, "Gays are going to die," right? Or they're going to hell.
I hate
This
that.
is not a representation of Christianity, by the way,
Correct.
because gossipers are in the same
Yeah,
note,
anyone
right?
who's not repentant
Sinners
of
are
their
in the
sins
same
will
note.
go to
Like
hell.
all of us are in the same note.
Correct. You're not scripturally. You're not allowed to determine another human being's salvation. That's just as bad as committing the sin that you're telling them they're going to hell for.
Tough
I
discussion.
will say this is one of the reasons why it's so important
Oh,
to actually have a spiritual father that you can consult with about all of these types of questions, because the sola scriptura crowd that wants to believe that you have the authority to read the Bible and interpret it to your liking, that's a very wonderful path to temptation and to hell. Like, because you start justifying acts that are actually sinful based on your reading of scripture rather than relying on church tradition combined with a spiritual father guiding you.
So what you're telling me, you're telling me,
Deuteronomy 22,
what
right?
you're telling me is the Bible is so unclear, I have to have it mansplained to me. That's what you're telling me, Cypher?
No, what I'm actually saying is that your heart will deceive you. And so if you want to justify sinful acts because it's something that you enjoy doing, then you will read something as reliable as scripture in a manner that actually makes that the case for you. You will twist it in your own heart and your own mind based on your human fallibility and pride.
So some other fallible human should be the one who does it for me.
No, I said relying on church tradition and the guidance of a spiritual father combined with scripture. It's kind of like a three-prong approach.
Yeah, so I mean, I have to side with Cypher a little bit here when I was quoting Deuteronomy, where they actually say that men should dress in men's clothes, women should dress in men's or women's clothes, and some churches, some Protestant churches say, well, that's actually them saying. This is the Bible saying that if I'm born a man but feel like a woman, I should dress like a woman. But another person says, well, no, actually, that's the Bible saying that I should dress as a man because I'm a man, right? So we have two different interpretations, sola scriptura, right? So what Cypher is saying is basically, if we leave it to our own devices to interpret the Bible and what we think is right, we can make the Bible into anything we want. Now,
on your point, I have a question.
What he was also saying was that you can't do that. Like your Witchy was saying, well, Cypher, who is your authority, and how do we know that they didn't change that topic? How do we know that they didn't distort it through history?
Right. It's actually pretty easy because, again, you rely on a combination of church tradition, which is something that there's historical record of. And frankly, in Orthodoxy, you can see examples of churches that went astray. And we have examples within the Orthodox faith of like it not being done correctly. And so we can look back at that as well as examples of what to avoid doing in the future.
Yeah, I mean, this is the great thing about Orthodoxy, right? I mean, Orthodoxy is my perfect prescription to knowing the Lord, right? And I'm not Orthodox, by the way, just to throw that out there. But it sounds like the perfect prescription because it's the one true church. And you guys are the ones that say when we have flaws, we always pointed them out and we caught them and we admitted them. However, what about the ones you didn't catch?
Well, like, I mean, you would have to actually inspect that. You would actually have to ask yourself, which, by the way.
And how do we do that? How do we do that?
You consult the church itself. And frankly, look, what actually happens is there's a system of communion that exists between the different Orthodox churches. So are you
Yes, I understand this.
Okay. So what ends up happening is that if a church within the Orthodox faith falls out of communion because of their practices or their prescriptions for a faithful and spiritual life, right, then they are essentially cut off from the corporate entity of the church, right? So that's happened as well. And they can take steps to regain communion with the other branches, but that's exactly what happened with the Catholic Church. It was originally the Catholic and Orthodox Church were one and the same. It was the same thing.
Correct.
But as papal authority began to be asserted by Rome, and the Pope at the time actually sent legionnaires over.
Oh, the Pope was the breaking point of Orthodox and
that was the Great Schism,
right?
Right. Correct.
So if you're arguing that I'm trying to understand how you're telling me if I have a question about what the church is teaching me, I just go to the church. Like you're not giving any outside opinion. It's just, oh nope, you just go to the church. It's always to the church. What if the church is wrong?
And what authority does Orthodox have? I mean, I understand you guys have a lineage and hands laid on the passing of the apostles from Jesus Christ, the original person that said, hey, this is how it works. And we pass this on and we keep on doing that. How do you guys know that there is not a break in communication there? Just like you say, for us that are doing sola scripture, you're like, well, you can interpret it any way you want. How do we know that you're not through that, like that hands-on, that apocalyptic succession hasn't changed at all?
Can I add something to that?
You have to have faith.
Can I add something to that?
I agree. I'm all about faith, right? I don't need Orthodox. I don't need baptism. I don't need any of this stuff. I have faith, right? And that's where I come from. I don't need apologetics. I don't need any of this stuff.
Prescribed by
but
scripture.
I have to ask when people argue, why?
When it's not convenient for you, which again is the impediment of sola scriptura that we run into, is that certain things just don't apply to us because we've decided that they don't. And again, I think
I will agree with you.
I want to let Glacier in, please. Glacier is barely spoken. Let's let Glacier say what she wants to say.
I do want to add part of the reason
about this.
I do want to add something to actually consider is that the Orthodox faith does have a long history. On top of having just a long history, they also archive the history. So apart from the theological understanding that they explain to it, they also explain the historical ramifications because that's part of what they're being taught. So you have more historical context of what's going on in the Bible rather than just relying upon sola scriptura, which people will have 10 different translations over one fucking verse.
Well, and really, guys, get specific. What is it that you actually have a question about?
Okay, just now, by way of example, Vibe used, I believe it was Corinthians about clothing. Men should wear men's and women should wear women's.
Deuteronomy.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Deuteronomy.
Your story of the Creator God, your story of the Creator God, Sky Daddy came down and made us into naked bodies, and then bad guy down in hell came up and tempted humans, and that's why they need clothes at all. So if that's the case, why would God put a prescription on something that we only need because of the devil?
Well, so first of all, it's not because of the devil. Okay, the devil, first of all, is not mentioned as Satan in Genesis. It's the serpent that led Adam and Eve to commit original sin. So the reason why they became aware of their shame and their nakedness was because of the commission of sin, not because the devil played a trick on them. They knew very well before the serpent ever came along that they weren't supposed to eat of that tree because God specifically instructed them not to. They defied God because convenient excuse came along and they were told, oh no, you won't die from doing that. And they said in their pride, sure, okay, I'm going to go against God. I'm going to defy God. And frankly, it's the same pattern throughout all of human history where we decide that what we've been told can be easily dispensed with and we can justify sin as virtuous. And that's why we live the way that we do today, frankly. And even Christians are guilty of this. Even Orthodox Christians are guilty. We perpetually sin. But the important thing is that we have an attitude of repentance that is genuine and that our heart posture is different than just continuing to engage in sin and pretending like it's not sin.
So are we going to circle jerk each other? Or are we going to get back to eugenics?
Well, I wanted to continue circle jerking. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. So forget the topic. I just want to jerk off.
Maybe we can circle this back to eugenics and just a general conversation in the sense that, okay, so I'm Baptist now. So I'm one of those Protestants that Cypher hates, right? I understand that there are many. Well, I know you're Christian, so you don't hate me, but we can see the perversion of what happened, whether you're Christian, Protestant, Catholic, whatever we got, right? We can see that there can be a perversion across all the boards, right? But I think overall we're pretty much in agreement that there are abstractions that happen in all of our faiths, but we pretty much are in line, except for with the outliers,
And
right?
how does this circle back to eugenics?
Now, well, I just want to close that and just say, hey, we're all Christian.
Yeah. You abandoned the church. You're a piece of crap rebellion. Yeah, we got it. Go back to
in our
eugenics.
Christianity. Now we can go back to eugenics. And by the way, my question would be,
we understood you're a rebel.
How is eugenics? Like,
Not
if we
all,
make
not
everybody
all,
perfect,
I gotta throw this out there.
bad is that?
Not all vibe. We're not all Christians. Thank you.
Okay,
Speak for
we're
yourself.
not all Christians. I understand that, but of the Christians here, and I mean, I'm the one. I'm one of these Christians that actually, when I read numbers, I'm like, the numbers don't add up. I need to figure this out, right? I don't read everything because I'm sola scripture, and just go, yeah. I just take that on faith. I want to understand how that works. I want to understand where that came from. I talk to my priest, by the way, and I have. We love actually having Mexican food together. I'm always like, hey, I read this and I don't understand this. I don't get it. How does this work? Like, it didn't add up. That's fine. You're allowed as a Christian to question your own Bible. And I know Cypher is probably going to disagree with that, but in the sense that you should read and you should talk to somebody about that stuff.
Hey, hang on. You should actually question scripture. You should question church tradition. You should question if the guidance of your spiritual father seems wildly out of tune with church tradition and scripture. Like, you should question them and say, why are you guiding me that way? And by the way, any church or spiritual father that doesn't tolerate questions being asked, as long as you're not being obstinate and indignant about it. I mean, there's a respectful way to go about asking questions. Now, if you do go in and you're a complete asshole and you're like, fuck this church, we're a bunch of, crazy people leading people to hell, obviously. Anyway, eugenics.
Yeah, no, I like that. I mean, we you should not just follow blindly. God gave us a mind.
Away from eugenics.
Debate was eugenics. Things out.
Well, Josh is upset that we're not talking about eugenics, and we have to satiate his desire for eugenics conversation.
I would love to go back to eugenics, right? Because eugenics is actually kind of controversy to God in its sense, right? So if God created us as in His image and perfect in His being, then should eugenics even be allowed? And then I also would actually ask, is maybe part of God's plan eugenics?
Yes. The moment that society, that humans were separated into types, right? Like races, clearly God's pro-eugenics, right? It just would have to be. If Adam and Eve were just one of a type, right? Where the hell did all of the races come from? Yes, God would clearly be pro-eugenics.
God is racist.
Actually answer that question,
though. The church was pro-eugenics for a long time. You used to have to go to your priest to get approval to be married. They wouldn't let you marry your first cousin. They made you do counseling. So that this is orthodox. You have to go to your priest to get approval before you get married, guys. Come on.
By the way, just to throw this out there, even if you're a secularist, right? I think it's a really good idea before you get married to actually talk to somebody and make sure that you guys are aligned on your future goals.
Yes, how you're going to raise
I think it'd be a lot less divorces.
I'm an atheist. I will throw you off of the cliff. Go back to eugenics.
Making sure you're aligned.
The genealogy records, especially the Catholic Church. The Orthodox Church keeps the genealogy records, and they base whether they let you marry someone on whether or not they trace your genealogy back too close.
Okay, so is that a bad thing?
No, but it's eugenics. The church goes along with eugenics. The church promulgated eugenics.
Let me ask again: is that a bad thing?
The question is
eugenics.
Does God want eugenics?
If they keep track of their genealogy just to make sure that it's not too closely related to two cousins, crossing secting, what is wrong with that?
Well, the question is. The question is, does God want eugenics?
We already understand that there's a risk of genetic deformities that increase significantly if two cousins end up screwing each other. Right?
So we know that. So if we could have the test that tells you genetically the risk is too high that you're going to have deformity, what's wrong with that? It's just taking it a step further.
Well, you were talking about offing, like limiting the poor people.
No, I was saying those are the people who would typically be the ones who take advantage of something like this because they're not in a position to raise children.
Population is just going to be poor as a virtue of economic standings.
We don't want India.
Let me just ask Witchy.
Well, hold on. Wait. What's wrong with genocide? What happened with the Malachites? I'm pretty sure God's pretty big on the whole getting rid of some people that he don't believe belong.
To the Amalekites, let's talk about this whole genealogical record and database that you're talking about. Where did you hear that the Orthodox Church maintains records?
It starts in Genesis. So and so begat so and so begat so and so. Genealogy has been part of Christianity from the beginning.
Hang on. That's your grounding for the modern Orthodox Church tracking the genealogy.
No, I said the traditional church did that. I didn't say the modern Orthodox. I said the traditional Orthodox Church. You would have to go into your priest, and they had records for the local parish for all births, and they were the ones who tracked the genealogy. And then later we handed it over to the government, and for decades you had to have a blood test in the states before you could get married.
You speak in half-truths like a fork-tongued serpent.
Lord.
I mean, that what you just did, the original statement that you made it seem as though the church itself as an organization tracks genealogy and then approves or disapproves of marriages that are brought in because
it did for decades, and then they handed it over to the state.
You are a liar. You are a liar.
Hold on. Wait. I can pull up records from I think it was about 1200 AD of birth records that were apparently kept within a local monastery, aka a church. What the hell's the problem with it?
That's not the point that she just lied about.
What did I lie about?
That's what genealogy
You
is.
made it seem as though the Orthodox Church has systematic records on all of its members, and that if you go in to get married to someone, that they're going to be reviewing to see if you have consanguinity. And they don't actually fucking do that.
What is this tone policing bullshit?
Or a close blood relative and say, hey, we want to get married, then no, they wouldn't approve of that marriage because obvious reasons. Now, you can stretch this definition of eugenics to include that, but I think that that's a bunch of bullshit.
Any planned procreation.
It is eugenics. It's not that it's a stretch.
Place is not the same thing as eugenics. Anyone that makes that claim is a dumb fuck.
Any control on the planning for breeding for a desired outcome is eugenics. We agreed to that definition at the beginning of the debate.
Nobody agreed to that. I just accept.
You didn't disagree. Let me throw it out. You didn't disagree.
Yes, I did not disagree.
Okay, so again, you're now extending the definition of eugenics to include preventing incest from taking place.
It is. It includes that.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Extending the process, the application. That's what
The point of eugenics is improving the bloodline, not prevention.
Yeah. So like for instance, stopping a parent from having sex with their own child and procreating that way. You're saying that that's eugenics.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You're so fucking stupid.
Oh my God. It improves the outcome by controlling the mechanism of the birth.
No.
I don't know what to
saying that the reason we do it is so that we don't end up with a bunch of
if you're not letting individuals freely choose who they get to mate with, you're a eugenicist.
Proving the genetics,
you're an idiot as well then.
If you're controlling who gets to mate with who and who doesn't get to mate with who,
that's not eugenics. That's preventing incest. There is a completely
it's still eugenics.
The point of eugenics is to prevent undesirable outcomes.
Beyond the point of
that's literally the whole point of eugenics is to prevent undesirable outcomes. It's
like race and
guys.
stupid people, according to Margaret Sanger and Schmittler.
We all know that the point of eugenics is selective breeding that results in desired genetic expressions. It has nothing to do with it and stopping incest from occurring. You're a fucking liar.
Guys, I'm giving you
your desired effect is having non-incestuous children.
Okay.
Guys, Beth is trying to speak. Let Beth speak.
Well,
I
I'm
love you,
upset,
AVG.
and I can't control my emotions.
All right, let's let Beth speak.
Take a
Chief
breath
Vibe
for a
Boxer.
second while I do a little housekeeping here. It's 9:17 Eastern right now. We are going to shut down at 9:30. So any fighting that y'all want to get it in now. At 9:25, we're going to start saying goodbye. I want people to be able to give their last words and stuff. So you got
I thought you said at 9:30 it
6
was
minutes.
closing.
Have fun. What was that? I'm
I
sorry.
thought you said at 9:30 it was closing.
Yes. So at 9:25, we're gonna everybody can start saying goodbye.
Yeah, I'm not smart.
Yes, you are. You're fine. You're on a one-track brain right now. You're in fight mode. You go for it.
Are you seriously gaslighting one of your panelists? Stop gaslighting him. Jesus.
I'm gonna beat you
mean
with a
gas me
pizza.
up?
I'm gonna
Saying
beat
it
you with a
apart.
pizza stone. Don't get in my way.
Good Lord.
This is my ex-wife on the panel, right?
Next time I hear pizza stone, I think
Beth
of
is
you.
actually my ex-wife. Don't listen to her.
I
She
think
thinks
of
she's
you.
got some control. She don't.
Is that actually true?
Eric Andre skit.
not.
Time
It's
to
not.
deliver a
He just
pizza.
extorts me with some pizza stones.
It's not true, but it's just a bit. But boy, we have a lot of fun with it, don't we?
Eric Andre did like this skit called "Time to Deliver a Pizza Ball," and he does it in this like dojo.
I'm a little concerned here because I'm not exactly following. I remember the last question that ABG asked Bishy, and we just side trailed on to Christianity, right? Where are we at now? Are we just basically like eugenics, good or bad? Where the hell are we in this topic?
Yeah, where we're at is that there are several people on this panel that believe that preventing consanguinity is a form of eugenics, and I called them a bunch of retards for saying so.
Okay, so we just don't agree on a definition. I'm not fuck. Okay, how about who gets to live and who gets to die? Would you agree to that definition of eugenics?
No.
Damn. So can't add that in there, right? So then, were we just gonna be on a stalemate as to definitions?
How about controlling who gets to make with who, regulating?
So here are the two definitions that I would accept. So I would accept number one, the definition that was adopted by Merriam-Webster. Are you guys familiar with that one?
By
Merriam-Webster is a popular dictionary.
It is. Thank you.
No,
Cypher.
no shit, Sherlock. Just read it off, please.
What do they say? I don't have
Merriam-Webster, so go
I
for
don't
it.
have the dictionary committed to memory. I would have to look it up.
The definition of Merriam-Webster is the practice or advocacy of controlled selective breeding of human populations to improve the population's genetic composition. I think this is actually Witchy's definition.
Yes.
If I am correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so I would adopt that one. The other one that I would adopt would be the eugenics definition adopted by the Human Genome Project.
You know what it is? What it is that it gets uncomfortable. Even though, yes, like what we're talking about maybe falls into eugenics, it gets uncomfortable to admit that some things do fall into it that we don't want to, like using birth control or deciding who you're going to marry based on different criteria, right? If you treated it like it was a business and I'm going to marry this person for this reason, well, that starts falling into eugenics.
Yeah, we don't
that
have
idea.
that.
I understand why Cypher feels the way Cypher does. I get it. It starts getting uncomfortable.
There's a couple of
You might
concepts
be a
here
little
that
racist, a little bit
Just
eugenicist.
a second, guys. There's a couple of concepts here we didn't really get to explore, which I wish we could have, but unfortunately, the format is limited and we never really know how much we're going to explore when we get into the ring. So I believe in two concepts of eugenics. I believe in micro eugenics and macro eugenics. Micro eugenics would be something as simple as like a family encouraging all of their offspring to only marry other people of a certain caste or social classification or race. Macro eugenics would be a society implementing a control on a certain subset of the population, i.e. based on intelligence quotients, race, disabilities, and so on and so forth. Those are two concepts. And so when we look at things like the National Human Genome Research Institute, They typically classify eugenics on a macro basis. They say that eugenics is the scientifically inaccurate theory that humans can be improved through selective breeding of populations. Why do they say scientifically inaccurate? Well, it's very simple. They say that because historically, eugenics has not improved populations through selective breeding. It has targeted individuals unfairly based on race and disability. Those are the primary selecting capabilities by which they have eliminated portions of the population. I'm sorry we didn't get to do that during the debate. I wanted to do it. We just didn't get to do it. It's all good.
We can always come back to it another time. I do want to go around and start
Can we just settle
giving
the
last words and saying goodbye. What's up, Josh? Go ahead. Josh?
Now he doesn't want to.
I'm sorry. I'm cutting out. I just wanted to know, so I missed that last. Can you say it again, please?
I'm letting you give whatever argument it is I know you're trying to go for, but then we're gonna start all saying our last words.
I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what definition Cipher is against. Did you accept the Webster's definition, Cipher?
Sure, as long as we actually stick to it. But I have kind of parameters within that definition that we need to uphold. And I think that's what didn't happen in the debate, at least from Witchy Bishy's position. I think she started making a lot of compromises, such as really the universal versus selective nature, the fact that eugenics identifies different groups of people as being inferior stock, and that's typically based on ethnic groups or the poor. I think she also stretches the word voluntary to really cover coercive behavior, where we're going to pay people to either not procreate or to sterilize themselves, which is in fact a form of coercion. And all of it is pseudoscientific. It's all a bunch of bullshit, because there is no such thing as inferior stock or inferior people on the basis of race. We are all made in the image of God, and that needs to be upheld regardless of what your skin color is, or if you're
I completely hold up, right? So you don't really disagree with her definition. You just disagree with the methodology. This whole inferior superior, it's if you can die and I can live, that thereby is already just proven that somebody's superior, right? We don't have to go into all of the extra bullshit.
I hate to break it
disagree
to you,
with your
What are
definition.
you even talking about?
Okay,
But
are we going to continue arguing, Beth, or are you going to close this down?
We are closing it down.
It's getting close.
We've been going for 4 hours. I'm not getting any donuts. I'm kind of tired.
Donate to Beth, guys. Come on. She did a lot of work putting this together.
Put up with all of our
I tried the
bullshit all
link. It
the
didn't work.
time.
Post the link in the side chat.
Good idea. Yeah, I haven't done that in a hot second, but I've thoroughly enjoyed having everybody. Anybody over at AVGs, at the very least, do me a favor, please, and give me a quick sub to my channel. I could use it. I am working on getting monetized, or working towards it.
Okay, can you put the link in the private chat? Because
in the private chat, I'll throw it all in the private chat as well. I had to take a hot minute there off of YouTube to take care of some family stuff, or at least limit my time. But now I'm back to working at this. But yeah, if we want to go through, and everybody, please, I'd love to hear some last words. Debaters,
may I go first so I can get out of here? I got to go.
You want to go first? Okay, go for it.
I got to go finish cooking my kids' dinner. So I just want to thank everyone. Cipher, I respect that you are very strong in your opinions. We don't agree. That doesn't make me think any less of you. I hope the same is true of you as a Christian. You don't think less of me because we don't agree. I'd love to have this conversation again. Beth, if you're willing to host it sometime, I will come back, or AVG. I'm willing to go to either of your channels or anybody else here. Just send me an invite. And Beth, thank you so much for hosting this. I've been looking forward to it for so long. AVG, you're a worthy opponent, and I bow down to your victory.
Thank you, ma'am. It was lovely debating you.
It's been a pleasure, an absolute pleasure hosting you. Anytime. Whoever wants to go next, by all means, work around the table. Chop chop, people.
I don't think any less of you, but I also don't think any more of you. I think that it's essential for people that are not following Christ to get on the right path in their life and to repent of sin that we are all guilty of, whether we like it or not. I don't think, based on what you've shared on today's stream, that you're actively doing that. So I will pray for you and people like you, as I often do, even if it's not specifically about you, because I know sometimes that bothers people. But I want to see as many people as possible come to Christ through repentance. I think, again, eugenics is coercive and it's based on pseudoscience. It's not the same thing as limiting, incest or consanguinity. And I think to say so is disingenuous, and everyone should kind of reconsider that position. Also, just want to thank AVG and Glacier for making sure that I was aware that this debate was happening tonight, because it was very entertaining.
Happy to have you, sir.
Don't let Cypher go, because I want to do my closing, and I'm sure he's going to respond. Because
I gotta go. No. We need joint responses. It is 9:28.
The ladies are tired, Josh.
I think, Witchy, I think you did amazing. AVG, you too. But I think whether eugenics is moral, I think that's up to God. And if we are to preserve God's creation, we shouldn't treat eugenics as this icky, immoral thing that's inherently evil, but rather as a tool that has a possibility to conserve God's creation. And historically, yes, it's been used as a tool of oppression, especially against the Jews and blacks. But we need to preserve eugenics because that's what preserves the creation of God.
All right, I can go next.
By all means.
Yeah. So first off, obviously, thank you so much to Beth for hosting this. You rock. Don't ever change. And then we've got Witchy Bishy, a formidable opponent, as she said. And thank you so much for coming up and debating me. I wish more people would want to debate me, but I guess I'm intimidating. But Witchy Bishy had the kahunas to do so. And for that, I thank her, formidable opponent. And I'd also like to give a little comedic shout out. I want to point out to everybody watching right now that Beth had both of the debaters not only stay for the entirety of the after panel, but neither of us went to go for a booty call for 4 hours. And to that, I would say Beth has some kind of respect that is conveyed by her panelists that is not afforded to other debate moderators. I'm not naming names. You're naming. I'm not naming names. You are. No, I'm not naming names. Nobody's naming names here. We don't even know who I'm talking about. And with that, adios, toodaloo, God bless.
Sage, before you run off, I do want to let you know at some point in the near future, I'm coming for you.
You're coming for? You're going to debate me?
I'm so excited. Debate you.
I'm so excited. I can't wait.
I know, me too. It's going to be fun.
Let's do it. Let's get it on the books.
Woo. We got to figure out
throw that in there. By the way, I mean, Paige, I love you. Beth, I love you. I love everybody on the panel. I know everybody hates me for saying things like that, but
I love you, Vibe.
Paige, I will debate the fuck out of you, and I will debate the fuck out of you as well, Beth. I know we
set it up.
I'm always willing to have the conversation. Cypher here. I'm not sure if I love him or hate him. He's an interesting character.
He's and I like him.
I do like Cypher because he is on the right path and he's saying the right things, but at the same time, we have to always question everything. Witchy, by the way, Witchy. Oh my God. If it wasn't for somebody like Witchy, then there would be no reason to have a conversation. Like, I love that you engage us, and me as a Christian, I love that you engage us and you question us and ask these questions, because otherwise there would be no reason to have a conversation, right? So I really do. When I say I love everybody on this panel, I love everybody on this panel, and I love everything that everybody brings to the panel, whether I agree with it or disagree with it. I think it's just an awesome thing that we can all get together here and do this, right? And I'm just grateful. So thank you, Beth, for hosting this.
And I'm not sure who the other guy that was here earlier, but yeah, he was absolutely right, and I was absolutely wrong about that claim about the
That was
called
Shadow.
chimeric blood. Yeah.
Yeah, Shadow.
He's awesome. I was very blessed to meet him tonight as well. You got a good crew, AVG. I like them.
They are very competent in debate, and they are also not afraid of a fight, which I love about them. So,
I shrink
how does
away from it
Paige
every
claim
time
that?
I'm confronted.
All right, guys. I'm going to go
Paige
ahead and
claim
end
that
the
we're not running
stream.
off for like?
I want to say thank you to everybody who came to watch.
Just a second, Beth. I forgot. I completely forgot. I'm such a dummy. All right. I am doing a review of this debate tomorrow, hopefully at 10 a.m. Whenever I get up, hopefully it's at before 10. I'm going to do a review of this debate, and I will have an open panel afterwards. So if you feel like something was not said during this open panel and you would like to say it, come say it on my stream. Get your ass out of bed and come and join me on my stream at probably open panel will be like 11, 12. We're not going to do
they should watch the whole show.
I'll be there.
We're not going to watch
guys.
the after panel. We're just going to watch the debate. So
Everybody go to AVG's in the morning right now. When I kill it, go say hi to Dusty. He just fired up.
Dusty's up.
No, don't do that. Go get laid. Go get laid before you go to Pages.
No,
4 hours.
Thank you for no booty calls
From
during
your married
my
house.
stream. I appreciate it.
Responsibly. Have sex responsibly.
Thank you to everybody who came and watched and supported these two women. Make sure you like and subscribe to their channels. It helps them out quite a bit. Everybody have a fabulous night and be careful. It's a full moon, apparently.